Ladies and gentlemen, Alex Peabody and the East Coast Philharmonic, joined by retired filmmaker George Lucas and the cast of the George Lucas Talk Show.
Will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
Each time that we log into this august and famous Twitch channel,
we're starting out from scratch after our UCB and Arliss shows.
You're already acquainted with the white slaver they call WATTO.
You're already acquainted with the white slaver they call WATTO. You're already acquainted with the white slaver they call WATTO. You're already acquainted with the white slaver that they all call WATTO.
The Toydarian.
Yes, it's hard to be producing when you're always taking naps and snacks. A freezer full of sausages, a beer that's growing down my back.
But
Still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
I made Star Wars and Indiana Jones and also THX, Red Tails and Strange Magic, and Howard the Duck always having sex. So if you like the stuff I make and want to see a little more, please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release Star Wars Detours.
Please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release Star Wars Detours.
Please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release Star Wars Detours.
Please tweet at Disney Plus or I will release a Google Drive that has some of the episodes in a semi-finished state.
WATTO, that wasn't the same thing we said.
Please tweet at Disney Plus to tell them to release the show Star Wars Detours. Today we're watching season 1 of Studio 60 Sunset Strip. We skipped some words in the title because they simply did not fit. But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show. But still, when we log into this august and famous Twitch channel, will be the very model of a modern COVID live stream show.
Talk about a little twist.
Okay, let's start this show.
Please welcome retired filmmaker George Lucas.
So I know this last episode isn't done yet, but I'm going to bring in 2 guests for the next episode. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic.
All right.
Unbelievable.
So the first guest, we got 2 good ones for this one, guys.
All the guests have been good so far, Patrick.
That's true. That's true. But we got 2. I'm saying
Do tell us if we ever have bad ones.
I will. I'll let you know next time there's a bad one in here.
Right.
Let's see. The first guest was a writer on the show. He has the story credit on a bunch of episodes, but I'm going to bring him in. Sinke Henderson is here.
Hey,
Sinke!
How are you, sir? WATTO, great to see you, Mr. Lucas. Great
Hello.
to see you.
Great
How's
to
that
meet you.
lovely wife of yours, Melody?
She's wonderful. Thank you for asking.
You know, I love rich black woman who gets richer when she gets married.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want to say, I mean, you the key to George's heart, make $1 billion. That's
Yeah.
how you get George's attention. Make $1 billion in entertainment.
There you go.
And now our next guest, I'm looking at the name, and it just says Andy Mackinac.
Yeah, it threw me too.
Mackinac.
Andy
Wait,
Mackinac. Who could be behind that book?
But who?
Oh, Watto, George Lucas, what a day!
Mark.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this.
Look at that mug. He used to be handsomer.
Good book.
He was younger and handsomer then.
Good book. You could have been a rock star journalist, Cinque. Real pleasure to be here. Honor to meet you, Mr. Lucas.
Honor to meet you,
My
Mark.
God, your thumbprints are all over my upbringing and my imagination. And Watto, you just provide such an example for how we should be living in these troubled times.
Thank you. That means a lot to me.
Beacon
That
of
is
hope.
the legacy I want the most. It's crazy that we've never met before because I've done like Toronto Sketch Fest so many years when you were there.
Yeah.
It's my one-man show, and we just the schedules never synced up.
Yeah.
But I would always invite you. I would always say like, hey, Mark, I'm leaving a seat for you.
Like what's his name did with the Elvis tickets, or Elvis did with
Exactly.
the, yeah.
Yes, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's a perpetual save for
Sunday. I had
McKinney.
that on the mind.
Yes.
Here,
Yeah.
guys, we're going to press start on episode 111. So we
For the record, I haven't watched any of Studio 60, so I'm discovering this with the audience, rediscovering it.
this is great.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go with 0. Are
We go
starting?
with 0. So I'm going to press play in 1.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on.
Okay, go.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Unbelievable.
this is the Christmas episode.
Yes.
How did you guys both get involved in the show? What was your starting points?
Sure. I'll answer. I just got, normal writer interview. They sent my work to the great Mr. Sorkin. He did not read it. His people read it.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, from what I understand, frankly, and I think it's smart, it was a not very diverse staff. So he was looking to add a little bit of diversity to it. And I had a great interview, really great. One of the best interviews ever I've had. And he was actually trying to hire one person, and then a good friend of ours who's not with us anymore, Christina, who shares credit on the show with me. I found out later he interviewed her too, and her interview was great. And he just said, look, I need more money. I want to hire both of them. So it was pretty fantastic.
That's great. Now, Mark, what about you?
I happen to be friends with with a guy that Aaron knew growing up in Scarsdale, New York.
Oh, right, David.
My great friend David Handelman.
Yeah.
And we had written an episode of Sports Night together for Aaron. And sorry, this is long, but at the end of the time, I just finished working on a show called Slings and Arrows, which was my first sort of time writing a 1-hour drama. Sorry.
Also pronounced drama.
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 With a hard ER.
Drama. But I got to say, sidebar, given the American accent, it sounds like you guys should say drama, and the people who say a boot should say drama.
Sure. True. Good point.
Anyway, I wrote Aaron. I somehow got a copy of the pilot, and I wanted to be involved, and I figured if, having also been on Saturday Night Live and Kids in the Hall, if I couldn't get a job on a show about sketch comedy, then my career was over. So I wrote him and I said, and the pilot was really, the sketch and the stuff was funny. It had a great thing. You don't need me, but you should hire me. And he did.
That's
I
awesome.
want to read that letter. I bet it was fantastic.
I got to find it. It was literally nakedly that. You don't need me for a show like this, but come on.
Which is a good way to start with the great Mr. Sorkin.
Yeah. It's a humble brag. It's not even that.
Yeah. But
It's
then
also, your journey. You mentioned that you obviously worked on Saturday Night Live and are a kid in the hall. But your journey was so interesting there because it was like Lauren discovered you at Kids in the Hall, hired you onto SNL. then you got the Kids in the Hall TV show, and then you became a cast member on SNL, right? The first time you were just a writer, then you do your own show, and then you go back to SNL as a cast member.
Yeah.
Did it feel like, especially because there were years in between and your own show in between, how different did those experiences feel to you?
Well, SNL is terrifying whether you're a writer or an actor. I got way more out of it, I think, the first time because it was like my first professional job in show business, and I went from working at a Canadian version of Starbucks to giving notes to Madonna like within 2 weeks. It was crazy.
And Aaron is Madonna in this.
Yes.
Sorry. I wasn't
sort of. Yes. Same thing.
Yes.
But when I went back as Kids in the Hall, I mean, as Kids in the Hall went on, my characters got weirder and stranger, and it's not the kind of work that until recently SNL sort of really dug into. They're more sort of like a living newspaper kind of thing.
Sure. Right.
So, yeah.
I'm sorry I'm distracted. I just got a message from Ian Reichbach, who's watching and was he was a researcher on this show, then a writer on Newsroom and the big shot there. He just sent me a message saying I look old and I don't appreciate it. So but I'm responding.
Ian Reichbach looks old? Well, he's finally growing into his name. That's good.
I mean, listen, if you guys want to give any messages to Ian, maybe he'll show up later. Who knows?
Really? Is he coming on? That guy's the guy you want to talk to. He's
so talented.
He saw the light and he saw the dark.
Accurate statements. I actually want to hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. The chat is demanding, Mark. People want to know which coffee chain you worked at. There are guesses that it was Second Cup or that it was Tim Hortons. Where were you working selling?
Second Cup.
Second Cup. Wow.
Yeah.
These are the scoops we need.
Oh, I like this.
We need.
Well, I don't want to say it, but I'm thrilled that someone actually bothered to. Yeah, because I wanted to say Second Cup, but it's Canadian.
Yeah. No, listen.
Let me tell you something. If this turns into a show full of Mark's fans, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Mark,
I remind you, and I would encourage all my fans.
Hey, you look great here.
17 of you to run out and buy this book. Could not be more timely.
There you go.
Mark, are you a fan of Bulk Barn, Mark? Do you ever go to Bulk Barn to get bulk?
George loves Bulk Barn. He never stops talking about Bulk Barn.
This is a store, Cinque in Toronto, where you can go and literally shovel any kind of snack you want into, you like those little crispy Japanese crackers, you like the oats, you like hot and salty almonds. It's just they have everything.
Nutella, right?
Whey powder.
Nutella.
Whey powder.
Wow. Very. I'm sure that that business will do very well in the post-pandemic world.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sure they're doing curbside now, where you can go up and you just tell them, "Give me scoops of this and scoops of that."
Yeah.
I think it would be a natural for robot technology.
Yes. Absolutely.
WATTO might be able to shed a little light on that. I mean, is that coming?
Hey, look. I've been working on curbside
for you.
Yeah. I've been working on curbside droids, but I got a limited budget. And ever since Anakin left, I'm not great at the programming myself. So I feel like someone's going to figure that out one of these days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Mark, when did it hit the point where you were transitioning into being an actor on the show? Because I think was the last
was it a Monday? Was it a Monday or
Let me do a pre-answer.
Yeah, do it.
When you set that question up, implies that this was sort of an evolution in Mark's mind, that he suddenly decided he needed to express himself.
I didn't know if he wrote another card to Aaron saying
I brought my ballet shoes into work and I went to see Aaron early and I said, I need to dance. Yes. I need to dance. But I thought the pre-answer you were going to do, Cinque, was there was a day. Okay, because the arc of Studio 60 was, because it was on network.
Yeah.
We had the most fabulous party ever for the pilot. Jesus. And then how many episodes later was it when they come to
bleak? Things took a little bit of a turn.
Things took a little bit of a turn as the prognosis for the show sort of fell off, if you will. Sure. And that's but Aaron lovely guy, put me in as a comedy writer, as a sour comedy writer, which was awesome. I mean, I had the best of everything working on this show. I think without any question, I was the happiest employee of the show ever.
Truth of the matter is, he lucked up. So put it in layman's terms, our ratings weren't West Wing's ratings.
Sure.
Yeah.
And there were cutbacks, and some of us were let go as writers. Some of us were not. I was lucky, knock on wood, to stay on. But Mark, being the brilliant man that he is, who can actually act and was needed in that room, he and Aaron devised a way. And you probably got paid more as an actor, did you? Or did it even out? I forget.
I think it all kind of evened out because I was a story editor on the show. I think the rest of you were all producers.
No. I was a staff writer.
Oh, you were not a producer?
No, sir. I should have been. No, I was a staff writer. And
you
so,
been, yeah.
So he went on as this character, and we were all like, "What the hell is this?" It was so brilliant and so charming. We missed him. He came back a lot, but
no, I remember actually one of my favorite experiences ever, or memories ever in show business, of which there are two. One of them is you and the rest of the writers, Cinque, because you were on the phone first, calling after Aaron had screened the first episode with my character.
I love it.
Yeah, and you guys were so nice. I was like, I let that one in. I let that one in.
That was so good. He was fantastic. We loved him.
Yeah.
And I didn't know anything about Kids to the Hall. I became aware of who Mark McKinney was on this show. I didn't watch Kids in the Hall. I only watched it afterwards.
Yeah.
But there were people who knew him, obviously. And one of the person who shares the credit on this, Christina, who was a brilliant writer, she adored Mark McKinney, and I came to adore him. So yeah, we were.
I introduced myself to Cinque daily and slowly, so that it might stick. Hello again.
Finally did.
I'll be sitting to your left today at the big table, and I am Mark McKinney of Canada.
Mark, especially after you pitched yourself to the show with your bona fides, with your experience, did you feel like did you feel like your role within the show was to sort of bring the reality to the sketch comedy patina? Because I feel like most of the other writers on the show come from a dramatic TV background, a theater background, what have you, not necessarily from a sketch comedy background. Maybe
not, but you only had to come up with shards of sketch comedy to lend a verisimilitude to the background experience. We wrote more about the frustrations of being a comedy writer, which are intensely dramatic, and not something you probably know. Yeah. But I ran a con on Aaron because I'd just done Slings and Arrows. I was much more interested in 1 hour drama than I was necessarily on writing a bunch of sketches. Right. So I kind of snuck in under the rubric of being like the guy who was going to help the comedy on the show. The best things were written by everybody else in the room, including a great sketch in this episode that Cinque and Ms. Booth came up with. So
actually, it was all Christina. Like this sketch, I think might be the longest sketch.
Yeah, this is the one you most see, and it's got the great premise, of course, like a true SNL Studio 60 sketch. It has context because at the time there was one of the massive popular reality show was To Catch a Predator, which is about basically catfishing, or is that the term? Drunk men on the internet
who are child molesters. And what was great was I remember she pitched it and no one knew what she was talking about. It was like, what? Because no one really watched that show. Yeah. And I was the one who pitched the story with the jazz band. So that was my story. And she was pitching this sketch. And it just slowly, she pitched it like a couple, and then finally we got it. And it was like, oh, this is brilliant.
Yeah.
And it was just so good. It was so clever. It was so specific. And it was just great. Yeah.
I think you guys wrote the best episode of the show. I think because this has, there are two moments for me. As a comedian, it's the sketch in this thing. As an emotional hour-long guy, it's the band from New Orleans.
It's killer.
I mean, again, contextual. It was right after Katrina. Yeah.
Yep. And that's why what made me think of it is after Katrina, Spike Lee had a documentary about the flood in
when the levees broke. When the levees broke.
Yes, I watched it.
Yeah.
And in it, there was a brass band. Of course, it's New Orleans. They were recurring the music, and they kept recurring. And it just occurred to me, we have a band. Like, there's a way to bring them and kind of make that out. Because it had to be organic to the show, obviously. Yeah. And the only way you could really do that is we have a live band. And so from there, I just kind of worked out a pitch. And it actually took him a while to say yes. That's the weird thing about Mr. Sorkin. So finally, he was like, "Okay."
That is weird because he usually was lightning quick to recognize things that would pull in an emotional peak. I mean, and especially because of that. Like when you think it's ironic, and I'm serious when I say this is my favorite episode because of the sketch, because of the band, both of which had immediate context at the time. It was the moment where the show actually met the reality. And you have to guess like years ahead, like not years ahead, but weeks ahead, where you're going to be.
Yep.
And Christine is watching reality TV, and those people are fanatics. And the New Orleans thing was going to linger. So yeah, it had the best punch and it had the best laughs. This one. Anyway,
well, now I should say we
Just
did.
reading this book.
Would you stop?
Just to learn.
We have a video from Trombone Shorty, who was the trumpet player in the episode.
Yeah, I love that.
And I want to show the video.
What's up, George, Waldo, and Patrick? This is Trombone Shorty. I played the New Orleans trumpet player in the Christmas episode on Studio 60, 2006. It was a wonderful experience. My acting debut with the great Matthew Perry. I'll never forget that. Also, I met D.L. Hughley during that time. I'll never forget that because it was my last time sharing the stage with some of those great New Orleans musicians. We have lost two of them since then, Bob French, Frederick Shepard, and I really enjoyed that experience and time. Don't forget to go ahead and donate to Broadway Cast with love. Thank you.
The New Orleans accents, boy. Woo, I love them.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of Les Blanc documentaries.
Oh, the garlic one is so good.
I haven't watched that yet, but I got the Criterion show. I just finished watching Hot Pepper, which is about the accordionist, the Zydeco accordionist.
Wow.
I find those things very relaxing to watch. Like in a time where it's very hard. Yes, but they're very soothing. They're thoughtful. They're humanistic.
There's no narrative. There's no react now kind of thing. It's just the musician. And then the world he's from, and he does that again with the one on the second line in New Orleans. Just there's tons of stuff about the people in the neighborhood that they're marching through. Sorry, this is a digression. I warned you. I said I was going to digress.
If people are looking to take the edge off in a very overwhelming time, and you have a Criterion Channel subscription, put on those Les Blanc documentaries.
Yeah,
they're short too.
Yeah.
Now, Cinque.
Yes.
You went on to work on the newsroom as well.
I did.
Now, what was the contrast like between those two experiences? Because this was network. This is the last Sorkin network show. Then he goes on to cable. He's won an Oscar. This is a show, as you said, that didn't meet the expectations that were in place for it.
Neither did newsroom. Let's say this.
Yeah.
With 22 episodes.
Yes.
Newsroom was 10 episodes.
Yeah.
Yes.
They felt equally long.
Interesting.
But not for any reason other than the complex alchemy of trying to create great TV.
Well, also HBO shows tend to push closer to a full hour as opposed to a broadcast where it's closer to 40 minutes with commercials. So every episode, an episode of the newsroom is a denser piece by about 20.
Yes. And it was harder to pitch Aaron. It was really easy. It was easier to pitch Aaron on Studio 60. He's always hard to pitch. My experience, and Mark, you
really
good. Right. But there were a couple things you could kind of like if it happened to him in real life. Right. That was kind of a good thing. If he told some sort of story about it, even if it didn't happen to him, and you built something off of that, if it involved kind of famous people, it's some version of a famous person, be they a politician or something, that could work. This worked. The Studio 60 story worked. The Christmas show worked. Ultimately, I actually learned how to be a better writer on this because I learned when I initially pitched the story, I kept having the emotional moments land with the day players, and it had to actually land with our players. So that's one thing you learn early on in television. Like, you have to give the emotional turns and the moments to your regular characters, not the visitors. So I kept making the more dramatic moments be with the band players. And only when
I think that's very courteous. That's what, when you have company over, you give them the, you're hospitable to them.
You don't work in TV. Stick with movies, sir.
Okay.
All my TV shows got canceled eventually.
There you go.
I mean, we haven't brought this up yet. We've been live streaming.
George?
What?
Don't you have a piece of The Mandalorian?
Nothing.
I sold all my pieces. That's all Disney stuff. I'm working on my.
They got the whole puzzle. They got the whole puzzle box right now.
You should, Watto, you should tell them a little more about this, because I think we haven't brought it up today, and I feel like they would.
You've activated me to a certain degree, and I've been sitting on this story. It's one I usually share with any guest we have on the show, but I haven't shared it yet, and we've been live for what, 9 hours now?
Oh my God! I've watched a lot of Studio 60.
Yeah.
Mark Sinke, I'm going to tell you a horror story, okay? But it is entirely true. I know this is a funny show. It's fun and games. We're doing bits. Everything I'm about to tell you is horribly, horribly real, okay? You talk about George Lucas's level of success in television. George said, I don't want to answer to anybody. I have the power. I have the money. I own the IP. Let me make my own show on my terms. I'll write the checks and then sell it off to someone. Seems smart, right? Bypassing the notes, bypassing the system. So George self-finances 39 episodes of an animated series called Star Wars Detours. It's a little bit after this time. It's in the late 2000s, okay? And he says, I'm going to staff the room. We're going to break scripts. We're going to write scripts, multiple seasons. I think they wrote like 70 scripts, 39 fully recorded, fully animated, finished, picture locked. He said, look, it's a seller's market. Someone will buy this Star Wars show off my hands. Little Disney, the House of Mouse, creeps up and in the wee midnight hours steals Star Wars away from George and leaves behind only $6 billion. And George goes, oh no. Well, at the very least, I can rest assured that Disney will release this completed TV show. After all, Disney is famous for releasing animation to the public.
It's what they do. You give them animation, they release it.
Mark, okay. It has been almost a decade, and there are 39 completed episodes of a George Lucas Star Wars TV series on a goddamn shelf. They've never been seen to the public. There was a Comic-Con panel, and since then, nothing. They could release them.
And you stand behind this work, Mr. Lucas?
100%. It's Star Wars, but funny.
It's funny Star Wars. It's Star Wars, but with a lot of jokes.
Funny.
Very funny.
But imagine if it was only funny.
I see both sides.
Go on.
That must be exhausting, Zinke. Pick a lane.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting story. That's a good
Look, there they are. They're eating pancakes.
That's them?
That's them. Billy D. Williams reprised his role. Billy D. Williams did the role of Lando for this show. 39 episodes on the shelf.
Yeah.
So no residuals. No residuals.
None.
Yeah.
But it's not about money.
Residuals.
So what are my Studio 60 residuals?
What do you do? Do you invest them? Do you?
I've been collecting knickknacks
Yeah.
here and there.
Yeah.
You know, cashing them out and collecting knickknacks, purchasing knickknacks. I like that frame.
Oh, look at that. That's very nice.
I think I have a recent Studio 60 residual check here. I don't know if you what is
Yeah, I got one of those.
Oh,
I cashed mine.
You do? I religiously do. And one day I'm gonna have small fries, and it's
Yeah.
gonna be sweet.
that penny is for your thoughts, which is it's so fitting. You played a writer and you were a writer, and there you go.
Yeah.
Now, Mark, your character, while a comedy writer, has one of the most deeply tragic backstories.
Yes.
On a show in which multiple very sad things or tragic things happen or almost happen, your character is one of the sort of darkest corners of the show, but also then ultimately about healing and about it goes to a lighter place because we see your character go on this journey. But how did that feel that on this show about comedy, did your character always have how did you react when you first heard about this character, that it was going to be was it always a tragic backstory?
Well, no, I mean it is a tragic backstory. There are a lot of sort of like sad or troubled stories, you know, obviously nothing being sadder than Sting playing the lute, but up from there, like that, his story, which I think was his wife and children were incinerated in a car crash. I think that's how I remember it.
I'd never heard the word incinerated. I think that sounds extremely graphic.
That's probably something like some acting coach gave me to consider.
Right.
But I didn't know that about him. I just knew he was a sort of a dark, but there is a type of comedy writer who isn't necessarily branded by personal tragedy, who has an enormous amount of trouble dealing with human beings, not particularly fond of actors or comedians, but who are often great, some of the best writers. But, you know, and there were a few I met at SNL, and you would write your killer stuff, and they would go, that's funny. And that was the biggest win you could get, was just that. Yeah.
So I know we see
that's how Aaron did us. That's funny.
Yeah.
in a flashback in a later episode, we see you at the moment where your daughter is born, and you're at a particularly happy moment. But the indication is that your character was already kind of a glum chum, even before befallen by tragedy.
Well, that's the way. I just played him as one of the writers who was way more comfortable in animation. In fact, if you go through the rosters of the Simpsons writers, you'll find a lot of the people that I might have based this character on.
Right. That rings true.
Yeah, with animation you can tweak, and they can't screw it up.
Right. I have to say, I was always, as someone who I've obviously created a lot of creatures over the years in my movies, and a lot of spectacular things. And so it takes a lot to surprise me, but I still remember the first time that I witnessed you performing the Chicken Lady. And I thought because, you know, I've been around the block. I secretly was a silent producer on my friend Larry Kasdan's Body Heat. So I'm no stranger to a certain amount of, and I produced Howard the Duck, which is a famously carnal exploration of a bird that lusts for human coitus. But the Chicken Lady was a particularly, I think, innovative take on that breed.
Well, I mean, it was done as an audition piece for you. I mean, to flag your attention, and I'm glad after all these years to realize it worked.
Oh, I wish I'd known. I would have put you on the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles or something, whatever I was doing.
Oh, I would have been there in a heartbeat.
Yeah. But it seemed like such a complete work. It didn't feel like an audition. I felt like this is a completely complete work of art. So many of the things that you've done, both with Kids in the Hall and with other things, have I look at it and I think, well, why didn't I do that? I remember we spent so much time trying to create the look of how the Death Star would explode. And then I remember the first time I watched Kids in the Hall, and you're going out there and you just say, I'm crushing your head. And I thought, that's so simple. Just two fingers. And I think we spent all that money to blow up the Death Star, and we could have just had one of the Jedis crush it like that.
Yeah.
But
Exactly.
even
It's like
also,
put
I
on
mean,
the wristband that gives your fingers extra power,
That's right.
and then just like
Yeah, I'm crushing your Death Star.
I'm actually crushing.
but
Steve
also, I mean, think about it from the other angle too. You know, Darth Vader, we know he can choke people with the Force.
Right.
He didn't need to build the whole Death Star. He could look at the planet and just go, "I'm crushing your planet."
Yeah.
He could have obliterated the planet just like this.
And you could have sold gloves.
Oh,
And we could have sold gloves.
now you're yes, Patrick.
George, I want to say we just talked over a major guest star on this show.
Whoa, who was it?
Trombone Shorty.
Well, no, a second major guest star, and I'm going to bring up a video.
I'm only paying attention to black people.
Hey George, Watto and Patrick, this is Kelvin Eubanks. I got to play Kelvin Eubanks on Studio 60, the Christmas episode. That was the nice one because it had some great music going on. DL was there, DL Hughley, and the trumpet player was Troy Andrews from New Orleans. That was cool. He was playing. They had the brass band there. It was a really cool episode, and I was up the street doing my gig at the Tonight Show. Now all I had to do was walk up the street a little bit and got a little taste of Studio 60. It was really, really cool. I appreciate being having a little cameo. That was really nice. And by the way, Broadway cares. If you can donate your time, donate anything else you care to donate. Feel free. It's a wonderful cause, and Broadway cares. They actually do care. So if you can come up with, you want to make yourself feel a little bit good, you can hang out there too and see what you can do. So it was a really great time doing the episode and the marathon that's going on. It's a good time. Check it out. So hope everybody's doing well. And Studio 60, rock on.
Oh,
That's nice. Nice to see him again.
Let me say, watching this and seeing it, this is looking back over such a perfect Aaron Sorkin episode of television.
Yeah.
It's not to brag, but when I think about it, is he likes things that reference like Hollywood. So to be able to cast that guy, it just watching it's so in the pocket.
Yeah,
but it has to be like a guy casually drifting through. Oh, hey,
and they're already friends. They already know each other. They already respect each other.
Yeah. Why there isn't a scene of like one famous guy pulling over and changing the tire of another famous guy in the rain? You know what I mean?
And they both can quote each other's work code.
Yeah. Exactly.
I also, it's interesting in this pandemic time. You look at people's Zoom backdrops, and Kelvin Eubanks' curtain. That is a Tonight Show level curtain that he's in.
My Skype room. I don't know if you've seen that website, but he was killing it.
You've got a door open thinking and no books behind you. This is like you should.
I actually have my painting.
Why do you not have like just a wall of these? Because that's the big habit. Every time I see a Zoom interview, I'm on the bookshelf trying to figure out what are they doing.
Right.
You got something to promote here.
This is true. This is the only wall that actually doesn't look crazy. So
I don't get it. I want to see the crazy walls.
Right.
Crazy walls. We want the crazy.
So this is the same. This is the only wall at Skywalker Ranch that isn't crazy. So I had to find some place that.
George, you
This
should.
is the only wall I have that isn't crazy.
Yeah.
This is my only wall that's mostly Studio 60 themed. So, George, show off that banner behind you. We haven't seen it today.
Yeah, this is a banner that was made for Taco Bell back in 1999.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
That's all right. When the Phantom Menace came out, this is a banner that was designed for the outside of a Taco Bell, to go on the outside of the building. And you got Jar Jar and little Annie, and then we have Darth Maul and Watto back there.
Yeah,
that's a Darth Maul chair with a Baby Yoda sitting in it.
Where's Thinking go?
I think he had to run to the bathroom.
I have to plug my computer in. Oh, there you go.
Back.
Now, Mark, a question that we've been asking people all day is: it's 2020 now. Where I know. I'm sorry to spring this on you.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
It's 2020 now. Where is Andy Mackinac in 2020?
Great question.
Okay, so wait, this was what? This 2007. He was like, so he's like my age. So where is he now? He's writing. He's still writing, and he's writing
his biography.
No, he's right. Yeah, he's done, but it's not a biography of him, like some obscure figure from the Revolution or something, like something that 50 of his friends will read, and that's all he cares about. That's what he's writing it for. But he's living in Montana, Utah, the hills of Arizona, New Mexico, but not in a city. With this steady squeeze.
Are there Trump rants? I feel like there are really bitter rants about the state of politics.
Kind of. He might have
like not fulsome, just like the most dramatic we've ever like. What are those like?
Which ones? Sorry.
What are his political rants like given the current?
Well, you won't read them because he would have eschewed Twitter and any social media.
No podcast. No podcast for Andy McKinney. Am I right? No podcast.
I think they're just to the people in his house.
Yeah. Oh, in his house.
Whoever's there.
I'm kind of split because I think it's like at a certain point, like if you maintain that intensity that he had on the show, like he's dead. You know what I mean? He had a heart attack 7 years ago, or maybe he did and he survived it. And that's the thing that took him to Montana and the CBD oil and the edibles and. Just like, this Shiraz is good. We should pick up more of it next time we're in town.
You're right. He's either dead or he's spaced out.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. He learned to love something like maybe it's rescue ostriches.
Here's another interesting Sorkin.
I like that.
Yeah.
Sorkin tidbit is Sorkin doesn't have any he doesn't know his character's backstories, right?
We've heard that.
Oh, you heard it, okay.
No, but now you're confirming it. Now we have the Woodward and Bernstein two sources. We can run.
So he literally he's so enamored of the language that which he's obviously a genius at, but that backstory that front story that Mark just gave us of Andy, he would like. There were several characters. I did Harriet where he was like, tell me who Harriet is. Like, tell me where she comes from, what she does, all of that stuff. And sometimes you come up with great stuff. Sometimes it's like, no, this isn't gonna work, and he kind of goes in a different direction. But like, you really craft backstories. The room and the writers really give those identities to those characters. He's of course signs off on them and invigorates them, goes in different directions, that kind of thing. But sort of fascinating, actually.
Yeah, it is a unique experience to write with someone like Aaron, because he's a Mozart of a certain part of the process. Well, probably all of it, but when you're writing a TV show, you're dealing in volume. So we were all there really to do exactly what Cinque just described, but also to come up with pieces of story. Sometimes just an inciting incident, sometimes the whole chain of events. With some motivation, and you could never get it right because even if you scored 1 week, I remember kind of having a really great pitch and it wound up in the show, and then coming up with something that now I know where
you cracked the code. No, you didn't.
You never cracked the code. It's literally like
I gotta plug my teeth.
Got to be into that week. So it was very hard to follow the bouncing ball, but very satisfying because you didn't get a story in unless it was good. And that's why it was one of the reasons I was so happy with the experiences. That's what I was there to learn more about.
You guys remember any stories that you pitched that maybe didn't go forward for one reason or another?
This one almost didn't. I'm sure tons. Jesus, I can't. I can't remember, but I'm sure 90% didn't.
Twice. I can't remember what it was, but he just said, if I ever hear that goddamn pitch again. It was something like that.
Yeah.
Was it something
somebody kept pitching a pitch. Somebody had a recurring. I think I know who this was. I'm not gonna say their name, but I don't remember I don't remember what the pitch was about. But there was this one writer who literally pitched this one idea every new episode, and it never made it. And we'll talk about that offline.
Is it the kind of idea that you think they could go on to other shows and eventually get it on someone's show?
Oh yeah, no, it was a workable bit of business, but that's what I'm saying. The interest. Right. He has phenomenal ability to pick good story, but it changed from week to week.
It did. Right.
You know, it really did. Like you had to kind of go, okay, well, forget what I learned. It's now because he wants to etilate off in this direction. So.
And then okay, so the Harriet dinner, which ended up being technically 3 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
I won't brag, but it was my idea. But it was a simple thing.
Let your Brooke brag for you.
Shut up. Yeah. Someone's idea on the staff. It was based on a true story of Beyonce had gone to, she had done a raffle to meet her guests, her clients, which is coming up, her fans.
Right.
And whoever got the highest bid got to go to lunch with her. Well, it was PETA. And they went there to object to the fact that she had been wearing a fur. So I pitched that like a couple of times. Finally, it took, and I was like, it's just a one-off thing. And it turned into this huge, like at least 2 episodes. I think it's like a 3-parter.
Yeah. I think it's officially a 2-part, but I think it kind of
the last one is kind of the end of it or something.
Yeah.
Like
they Studio 60 would do interesting things, which they would have 2-parters that actually have a 3-parters.
We also blew through the sketch. This was like, this was just a heart-stopping moment. It was really nice.
This was. I'll say this. The magical thing about TV is you cannot make this more beautiful in your own mind. Like this was so moving and so
yeah.
It just like when you actually put those black and white images against those guys, it's just stunning.
Were you there when this was being filmed? Did you get?
Oh yeah, we were right where we shot right where we wrote, around the corner essentially on the same lot.
I like that.
Did they actually use shaved coconut for the snow?
Oh, I don't know.
He was a stickler, but certainly the characters of the showrunners would have insisted on shaved coconut. In fact, wasn't there an episode on the making of fake snow? And there was a lot of digression on that. I seem to remember.
I think that's this one. I think.
At the end, it will drop down, and it looks great. But it made me wonder if it was really coconut.
No, I don't think it was coconut. In fact, I think I remember. And I just remember the idea that I kept pitching that I was finally told to not pitch again. And it was based on a real experience at SNL where the cue cards didn't make it to the floor in time for the live show or just in the nick of time because there had been so many rewrites.
Now, there's something.
I remember that.
And yeah, and like literally, and that literally happened in the thing. And of course, you don't know. You're kind of relying on the cue. You know the show better in the dress show, but you don't want to screw it up.
And there's something
just arrived just as I was supposed to speak, but it made me think: what if they hadn't?
Now there is something kind of close to that in the disaster show, which is where the props people are going on strike, and then they find out that the cue card people are also like in solidarity with them.
Yeah.
What's the episode where the ferret comes? Is that I remember when Mark pitched that
Harriet Center.
That was my happy moment. I came in the morning and I pitched it to Eli and he went, "That's it." And I went, "What, really?" And he went, "Yeah." And he said, so I pitched it.
It was hilarious. I so distinctly remember you pitching that, and the room was howling. It was great.
Yeah.
Now let me ask this. Do you remember whose idea it was? We're jumping ahead, but since you mentioned the Harriet dinner, ultimately the payoff in the charity auction is that he thinks that it's his romantic rival Luke, but it turns out that it's a Star Wars reference that has to do with the address
or something, right?
It's the address for Skywalker Ranch. Do you remember who decided to put? Because there's 2 different references. There's that, and later on I'm name dropped in one of the.
Oh, it definitely wasn't me.
Wasn't you?
No, that was not me.
Was it Ian Reinbach?
It might have been Ian. It's very possible that it was.
Yeah, no, he did. He was into the research.
He's the one I got.
And he's a great comedy writer. He's so funny. So I have no doubt that it was possible that it was possibly him.
George, let me bring in, because I have another guest, and maybe he'll be able to shed some light on that.
All right. All right.
Maybe not, and that's okay. He was a producer on the show. Let's bring in Dylan Massen to the stream.
Oh my goodness!
Oh wow, how are you? Let's see what's behind you.
Hi,
Hello,
Dylan.
Dylan. How are you?
Hey, just real fast, going back to the snow for a moment. My two daughters, who were very little at the time, came to visit that day, and in an incredibly LA moment, that was the first time they'd experienced snow. And they were overjoyed to be able
Why didn't we use that?
have snow on command.
You should have told us that.
Wow.
It would have landed.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And guys, again, a phenomenal. The episode was great. Rewatching everything, it's just kind of amazing. And congrats.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had nothing to do with this episode. Big fan.
You're in it.
What?
You're in it. That counts. Yeah.
Am I in this one? I guess I am. Was that? I thought Andy arrived later.
Did
no,
you?
were.
I thought I saw you.
No, he was in it. You were in it.
You're
I think you
definitely
come in episode 110, I want to say.
Yeah.
And that was 111.
Yeah.
Let's start episode 112. You guys can hang out if you want, or if you need to bail, that's totally okay.
Now, can I do it again one more time, Zinke? Come on, let me.
Oh, we need to get the waves.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We need to get the way.
Get back to my reading, if it's okay. Dylan, I wish you the best of luck. These are fun guys to yak with.
Thank you very much. Great book.
Mark, before you go,
Mark, and I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call Mark, and then I'm gonna call you if you're still watching.
All right.
Before you guys go, something we've been having everybody do is when we put this up on YouTube during the credits, we're gonna have everybody waving like it's the end of Studio 60 or SNL. So I'm gonna
do the good nights or fix it in post.
Sinke, go ahead. Amazing. We love it.
Perfect.
All right, now we'll go over to Mark.
And this is coming from someone who did the good nights for real on Saturday Night Live. Look at
That's
that
a real
accuracy.
good night.
This is
He
real.
knows from good nights.
Wow.
This is good. Thank you guys for coming.
Thank you for having us. See you later.
All right.
Dylan.
Bye, guys.
Hey, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yo, what's up, George, Watto, Patrick? Hey, man, it's Maestro Clark, also known as Willie Wheels from Incredible Studio 60. Probably remember my amazing one-episode arc. Hey, it's good to be here, man. I appreciate you guys including me in this. And actually, everybody, make sure to donate to Broadway Cares. I hope you guys raise a lot of money for the future Annies and Hamiltons out there. We need you. And sorry it took me a while to get here. I was caught in internet traffic. It was backed up out there. But I didn't want to miss the little festival here, man. I'm a fan of you guys' work, and I appreciate you including me. Yeah, the funniest thing I remember about my time on Studio 60 on the set was it was hard playing a bad comedian, actually. For somebody that actually does comedy and been doing it for over 25 years, it was tough playing a comedian that was on stage having a bad set. And I remember I did a take, and then Aaron Sorkin came and talked to me for a minute, and we did it again. And then it was just like that awkward feeling of, you know, he was supposed to be bombing, but then those long pauses and moments of just standing there letting it sink in, that was horrible for a real comedian, because, you know, when you have a joke that doesn't work, you want to go right into the next joke. You want to try to erase it. But this character, Willie Wills, he was supposed to be stuck in it and not being able to get out of it, so it was hard. It was like, you know, sitting in a dirty diaper, just laying there. So I remember that being tougher than I thought. That took some real acting. But luckily, you know, we pulled it off, and as I remember, it came out pretty good. I watched the episode a while ago, but it came out pretty good. That was a good show. Had a great time, great experience. It was you know, great working with Aaron Sorkin. That was definitely a feather in the cap, and everybody on the cast was really cool. Other than that, man, that's all I really remember. You know, it's been a lot of Mai Tais since then, so my memory ain't what it used to be. But other than that, hey, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks for including me. And you can reach out and check me out at maestroclark100.com. It's MYSTROCLARJ. And other than that, stay safe, wear your mask, and You know, look out for each other. Be a good citizen. All right, take it easy out there. May the force be with you. Wait, do I have to pay George now? Is that like a copyright thing or? Okay, just in case, I'll mix it up. You can edit that out, you know? May the froth be with you. See what I did there? Sounds like force, but it's not. So you can slide that in. Hollywood magic. Maestro Clark.
Dylan, so we'll start this episode and then we can start talking about it. All right, here we go. You ready, guys?
Yeah.
We're gonna press play in 1, 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Okay.
So Dylan, let's hear your Sorkin / Studio 60 origin story.
Got it. Well, I was with the guys from with Tommy and Aaron from West Wing. So I literally did the pilot of West Wing in all 7 seasons. And so when this was happening, West Wing was ending, the pilot of this was happening, and everybody wanted to be involved. It was by far still probably the best pilot I've ever seen. And across the board, there was buzz and excitement and insanity, just constant, and really wanted to be involved, and wasn't able to do the pilot because of West Wing. And then through a chain of events, it worked out, and I was available, they were available, and it all happened, which was, for me, just over the moon.
That's exciting. The pilot is so good. Like, even watching it again in prep for this and for this, it holds up really well. And I feel like that cold open especially just like still resonates, you know? We hit a fundraising goal and we had Watto do the West speech at a certain point, and it went over like gangbusters.
And Watto, how did you do with the speech?
I mean, you know, I'm not going to pat myself on the back. I'm no Judd Hirsch, but I feel like I left a mark.
You crushed it, I'm guessing.
I mean, you know, you can say it, Dylan. I can't. But
I get it. Yeah.
There wasn't a dry eye in the back.
Yeah,
No.
but it's such
hard
a,
to the wings. It's hard to find where to pat because the wings are flapping.
Yeah. Now, Dylan, something George and I have talked about this. Speaking of Judd Hirsch, there's a few scenes later in the season during flashbacks and stuff when Wes is a very big presence on the show, but you don't actually see him. Did you guys try to go back out to him? Because he was working on numbers at the time.
Right. And again, let me start. Everything is going to be a disclaimer of it was 14 years ago. So I apologize in advance for any inabilities, holes in the story, or inabilities to actually have absolute fact.
Yes.
I believe, if I remember correctly, he had a thing with numbers where he worked 1 day a week or 1 or 2 days a month or something with numbers or whatever it was. Friday, and he was East Coast. So we always tried. I just don't think it was going to ever work out. Also, as we got farther and farther along, the scripts came a little bit later and later, and we just didn't have the ability to plan too much in advance. So we couldn't really give people the notice that was necessary.
Sure.
I just had chills from the idea of working only 2 days a month on a network primetime series.
Right.
Oh, that feels good to imagine.
I can, yeah. It's being the brother or the sidekick on any sitcom.
Or
right?
They work around your schedule. Oh.
Or the Selleck, the Tom Selleck. That's the
They sell it. You only have to show up at the family dinner scenes. Oh. And residuals. Oh. Every episode. Oh. Unbelievable.
You nailed it.
Now, Dylan, I had a practical question about the previous episode, which was in the world of Studio 60, they make the snow out of shaved coconut. Was that shaved coconut we were looking at? Or
No.
All right.
We used A&A effects. The guys, and again, they were with us all through West Wing, and then I've worked with them since the last 15 years probably as a family of guys, and we've changed what we used throughout the process, but that was not shaved coconut. I don't remember exactly.
Was it practical snow or was that digital snow?
No, it was real snow. Here's the thing. Again, it was 14 years ago, so digital, by the way, was not a great tool.
Well, you made the whole second story of the theater outside. That's all digitally painted.
That is. That's a mat. Yes. However, everything inside, all the TVs were live. They weren't burnt. They weren't burn-ins.
Wow.
So we had the ability to basically shoot a live show. We had a switcher truck out back, and in a way that was, people would get involved in the show. They would come to direct it. They would be prepping it, and then all of a sudden, on about day 3, they would realize how thick it actually was to get through. Just so many layers. In a way that what was happening on the floor, you always had to be aware of the show within the show because you could see it from everywhere and designed that way, and there was cameras. So the live feeds on the televisions in the background, and it was a lot. It was a beast of a show.
Now, George, I should say this. You just mentioned that the second story of the building was CGI. We actually had a viewer, Diego, went to the theater where they filmed the exteriors this morning.
Oh.
So there is the front.
Wow.
Oh, look at it.
That's the NBS building over here, right next to it.
And Patrick, can we get a picture for contrast to see the
yeah, sure.
See what it looks like with the digital? Because I don't think you can tell it's not real. I think it looks very convincing in the show.
Let's see if it pops up.
Yeah,
and the set itself was 2 stories. And all the way around, and we had, I think, 3 on-camera like staircases that we could have people up and down and to connect the, just keep a walk and talk going.
Patrick, no, sorry to cut you off, Dylan. I just, it's been a little while since we've checked the spreadsheet. Oh, yes. Look at that. I just want to make sure we're keeping track of the our fundraising goals and see if there's anything we need to fulfill.
Yeah, let's see where we're at. We are at, we did get some more. Hang on one sec.
I got some more.
Keep talking, then I will bring up the number.
Dylan, I have a question for you.
Hit me.
You've done a lot of work in prestige television, Sopranos, West Wing, obviously, many big shows. But there's one credit of yours that immediately jumped out to me on your resume that I have to ask you about because you worked on one of my 5 favorite films of all time. I, of course, speak of Terminator 2 3D Battle Across Time.
It was the 3D ride at Universal Studios.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that we let's see. I was a PA on that show, and I think the whole thing was supposed to be I want to say again even farther back, but about 45 days total. And after day 60 in Blythe, California, there was only 7 people who had done. By the time it was all said and done, only 7 of us made it from day 1 to day like 80 something.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it was like, it ended up being one of those things that cost like more than $1 million per minute.
Oh,
right?
I think it might've been closer to, yeah. I mean, I think again, I want to say in the 30 to 50 million range at the time, maybe. If I remember. And also it was day 4 when, Cameron decided he was going to take over and start directing the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was.
And it was kind of a revolutionary thing because it was a 3D movie, but then there were the elements in the theater that were like the Terminator would be driving towards the screen on his motorcycle, and then an actor would come through the screen seamlessly. Like you had to be conscious of all these weird, the geometry of everything you were filming, right? Was it just a nightmare?
I will tell you, I was lost the entire time, and just we were working just crazy hours, and it was one of those things where, I think I was getting about 4 hours a day not at work, but I also was 24 and couldn't have been happier. It was, it was just, I was working again with, I grew up in the equivalent of like Valencia of Houston, Texas. So one day I'm now hanging out and I'm on set with, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jim Cameron. So I couldn't have been happy. I was never going to complain.
Fucking rad.
Yeah. There was a lot of moments like that throughout the process. And by the way, Studio 60 being, for me, kind of was a masterclass in television. The talent involved and the people and the product was an 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. Like nothing I could have ever imagined.
I mean, the thing that we've been talking about so much with so many people who are on the show today is that so many people from the show go on to work with other people from the show again and again because it's high quality talent that like everybody wants them.
Right.
Have you worked with anyone from the show since then?
Tons. Tons. And the other thing I was thinking about today that, I mean, the production team that did that. So and I don't want to get too much in the weeds and sausage making. So if it starts
Dylan, we're here for 17 hours. This is the perfect.
Dylan, as far as you're concerned,
what?
You should proceed as if you're currently in Chicago, because this is a sausage town, baby. We want you to make that sausage fast and furious.
I had no idea where you were going with that. Well played.
I rarely know where I'm going when I start the sentence.
Yeah. We're Albert Brooks, Mary Louise Parker, and Kevin Nealon because we're in the weeds, Dylan.
You guys keep going. This is great stuff. So the production manager has gone on since to produce television of his own. First AD was a dear friend of mine, Doug Ornstein, who we bumped up to be a production manager, and then he's now producing his own shows. Another AD, Scott Schaefer, is an executive at HBO. It's just kind of this unbelievable group of. I realized the other day I was rewatching and thinking about the show, and it's Studio 60. It was just kind of never. It was a lot of unrealized potential, or never maximized potential. The show itself, the people involved. Sorry, my mom's texting me. So,
tell her we said hi.
Tell her we said hi.
Yeah, I'm very nervous always also about, am I going to hit the wrong button and my whole screen's going to be shared with everyone else?
Sure. Oh, no. Don't hit that button. Don't hit that button.
I close everything. I make sure I look all around. So there's a massive amount of. The set itself, we never even got to run that thing like it should have been run, in the sense of it could have gone for 7 seasons, and every decision we made with that show for the first 13 episodes was with the idea of, we need to do this for 7 seasons. Wow. So everything we did was with that. Let's build it for 7 seasons. Let's wire it for 7 seasons. Let's do, whatever that is. So much so that, by the way, there was a Sunday, again, there were televisions everywhere. There were hanging televisions. They were on every room, you in hallways, freestanding. I honestly, I think it was some 70 to 80 televisions on the set. And we had the video guys one Sunday had to work to wire whatever. And I just casually suggested if they were able to throw a DirecTV satellite on the roof of the stage and wire it down to the truck so that we had access to, since we were there so much, maybe we could watch, for example, March Madness or massive amounts of baseball games or Thursday Night Football or whatever it was.
Yes.
And we were able to, because we were there, and we were able to send it. So we'd be shooting in one room and we would, on all the other, downstairs, put on the Monday Night Football or whatever it was. And it was great.
I'm wondering, when the show ultimately wrapped, who got those 70 or 80 televisions? Did anyone on the show get a TV that is now or any of those TVs in a home where someone who worked on the show is now watching that TV?
Absolutely not. That would be wrong.
Right.
Also, again, 14 years ago.
Okay, so you can confirm you didn't take a TV from.
I can confirm that 100%.
I wish we got this at the top of the marathon, because I would have been asking everybody, did you take one of the 7? Because if there's 70 TVs, who's going to miss 1 or 2, right?
Yeah. Right.
Especially if they fall off the back of a truck.
Can you confirm that you did not take anything from the set?
Yeah, I actually can. I don't think I took.
Have you ever done that from other shows? Is that I know certain people like doing that.
Yeah, not taken, but given. I've been given stuff before.
Sure.
So you'll take if someone gives it. If someone has something, here's the TV from the set of Studio 60, you would have taken.
I would be way more inclined to I'd be way happier about a television than I would be something sentimental. I don't really have a lot of memorabilia from any of my shows. And with hindsight, I kind of wished, I was like, I guess. But then I don't know what I would have done with it. It's just not my thing.
You
So
got
I
any,
didn't really have anything.
You got any stuff from Picard?
Not yet. We're, we, other than a hat, or I think I have a wine bottle,
A hat and a wine bottle. That's a pretty fancy setup.
Yeah. Again, it's just not my, I know I should, and throughout I always am like, I should have saved, and I just
Dylan,
What more do you need? The hat and a wine bottle. That's your Friday night, right?
There it is.
Do you want me to mail this to you?
Oh, that's very sweet. No.
Dylan, we've all got popcorn bags.
Yeah.
Dylan, we each have 10 popcorn bags.
We had actually, you know what I have? We had a guy, one of our regulars, background actors who was with us, John, who had been with us from Studio 60. I mean, with us from West Wing, was just an unbelievable artist in the caricature.
Dylan, I got great news for you, buddy.
Great.
Let me look. Guess what I have for you? Guess what
I'm going to guess is it by chance is it a drawing of me on a there it is.
There it is.
You knew. You remembered.
I did. I have that actually. I have a drawing, the original of that, I think, signed.
Wow.
That's great.
And the idea there obviously was that it was a beast of a show and I was just trying to hang on.
Yeah.
Now, have you suggested that for other shows that you worked on since Studio 60 to hire a cartoonist to draw some comics?
Now that you say that, we never made a conscious effort to. However, I did another with, by the way, Doug Ornstein, one of the guys who was just ridiculously creative and is now doing his own shows. And we did a weekly newspaper. We did a pilot for David Kelly, and we did like a weekly newspaper. And I believe, and again, I apologize, but I think John was with us, and Doug might have had him do some of the, illustrations.
That's awesome.
I think it's a great idea. I hope more and more shows. I've never heard of anyone doing that. And I think it's a really great practice to start.
Yeah, I have to say it was also really fun when you would see him. He was great at capturing kind of the essence of what it was that you were known for in that, right? Whatever that might be, whether it was, and they were always a little biting, which was also made it fun,
right?
In a way.
George, I should show a video because there's Kelvin Yu is in this episode. He plays Jordan's assistant, Kevin Yu. And he sent along a video, and I'm going to show it. He's a writer now on Bob's Burgers. He's a very successful.
Hello, George, Watto, and Patrick. I'm Kelvin Yu, and once upon a time, a long time ago, I was part of a show called Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip, in which I played the character of Kevin Yu. I don't remember a ton from that show. It was quite a while ago, but I will recount one memory that has stayed with me through the years. Basically, I was shooting a scene with Amanda Peet's character in a parking garage, directed by the fantastic Timothy Busfield, who was also an actor on the show. And one of my lines was, "Well, you're doing it well," which for whatever reason, I edited in the moment. Probably because I thought it was redundant or whatever. And so when it came time on my coverage to say that line, I said, "You're doing it well." And suddenly I heard cut. Tim Busfield comes running over from behind the monitor, and he stops everything and basically, let's say enthusiastically recommends that I say the lines that Aaron Sorkin wrote. In other words, say the first "well." And which I did. So on the next take, I said all the words. And then on playback, I realized that Timothy Busfield was absolutely right. That when Aaron Sorkin writes two wells in a 5-word sentence, you say both wells. That there's a music and there's a rhythm and there's a method to how the actor should play his writing, and that it's all intentional and it's all there for a reason. So that was a big moment for me as an actor, and actually kind of an honor to get to play those lines with people of that caliber, people like Sarah Paulson and Amanda Peet and Matthew Perry and Bradley Whitford. And so that's my memory from Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip. I also want to say that I'm a huge fan of Broadway Cares and everything that they do year round. And so kudos to you guys for supporting them, for donating, anybody out there who supports them. And be well and stay safe in this era of weird. And thanks for having me.
I don't know that story, but I can confirm it.
It has the ring of truth to it.
Very much so. Yeah, real fast. Also, just going back for a moment, when you're asking me about working with other people, Larry Trilling, who directed this episode, and again, just kind of did a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
And I have worked together. That was my first time I'd worked with him. And since then, he's been a producing director on 2 different shows that I've produced, and we've become dear friends in a way that, I was, again, it's the show that keeps giving, over the years. And if you see, again, what we were talking about earlier about so much potential that was never realized. I mean, right there, the last video we just saw, now you're saying he's a successful writer. Again, we never even got to tap into that.
Yeah.
Emmy Award winning writer.
See? It's kind of and that is, I realized that is what Studio 60 was for me, was kind of whether it was, MySpace or Friendster and it just came too soon. Maybe it was, I don't know why it never kind of hit maybe the expectations were too high and it was never going to be able to live up to it. I don't really, I've never understood why it didn't. And when I went back and watched because of this, I was like, damn, it's a really good show. In a way that I had kind of always known, but had not really remembered about how good it was.
Yeah.
And I will say it was hard and it was massive and all encompassing. And it was my, very first show to produce that was all me from the beginning. And it had just a pedigree that was stunning. And it was, so all that wrapped up into it. And I left every single day going, wow, look what we got to do today. We made some really good TV. And that was the part that it was a win.
That's kind of the best thing. That's the best thing about making a show, is if you can say that.
Yeah. I mean, I got really lucky in the sense that I got offered, because it's during the way it used to be back in the old days, with upfronts and all that, that there'd be this crazy rush right around mid-May, right before and so the Friday before upfronts or whatever it was, which happened to be like 2 days before my birthday, I got offered 2 jobs on the same day. And I remember very well, one was obviously Studio 60, and one was a show called Justice, which Bruckheimer had produced. And at the time, again, it was CSI, Bruckheimer, he owned television. And the head of production at Warner, they were both Warner Brothers shows. And Judy Zahler, who was the head of production at Warner Brothers, and I had worked with her on West Wing, called and said, look, you have both these shows. What do you want to do? And I said, well, what are your, obviously you have a thought here. What is your thoughts here? And she said, I think you should do Justice. I think you should meet new people. I think you should go do with Bruckheimer. You've already worked with Tommy and Aaron. This is a giant show. It's going to be hard. There's going to be a lot of collateral damage.
Yeah.
Career-wise, it could be dangerous for you. It's also, they're going to call you again. You're not going to burn a bridge with them. Try new people. And I said, those are all very valid points. Judy, let me ask you, have you seen them both? Because I've seen both pilots. Have you? And she said, yeah, absolutely. And I said, which one's better? And she said, well, there's no question. I mean, Studio 60 is phenomenal. And I said, I got to take the better show.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that was, it was great.
And I'll say the ending to that story is that Justice lasted 13 episodes.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Take that, Justice.
And,
however, if you play the sliding doors, we have no idea.
Exactly. Yeah. You would have been there 7 years.
Yeah, I could have done after it canceled. I would have gone to 7-Eleven to buy some beer on my way home and got a lottery ticket and be with $6 billion in the Star Wars.
But I'll say this though, Dylan. We're not doing a charity fundraiser for justice on the George Lucas Talk Show.
I'm in. Listen, I couldn't be happier.
I'm going to hang on, George Watt, I'm going to take you off for a second. Dylan, I'm going to make a promise to you right now. we will never do a watch along for justice.
Okay.
Unless it's for actual justice in the world.
Right. Fair. Also good.
Yes.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I keep thinking about what would the year have been when what would the era have been where, because it feels like if you time shift when this show exists, the length of time I imagine it happening is different, because there's certain times where you imagine it running for 8 years. It's also easy to imagine it running for 2 seasons in the streaming era, but for fewer episodes, because it would be 10 and 10. And a lot of times some very good shows, come out, do quite well, and then because of an algorithm or because of a particular, the streaming services are often a little bit strange about not wanting to have a show that lasts 10 years. They just want a show that brings you in, and 2 seasons is enough,
No, absolutely. I was wondering too. I did realize, however, that I have the dubious honor of having produced Aaron Sorkin's only one and done series of television. So also, not a lot of people get to say that.
Yeah.
Right.
I was wondering, I feel like part of the at the time we were still trying to do it in 8 days. The idea of a network television was 8 days. And that was it. It didn't matter what the show was, whether it was, again, their idea was every show we make in 8 days. You need to make this one in 8 days. And my argument was always, look, I have 2 children. I love them both, but I don't treat them the same. I don't treat them the same because they're not the same. And what works with one doesn't work for the other. And just because ER can be made in 8 days doesn't mean that this show can.
Right.
And we couldn't. And I think whatever era it was, it would have benefited from knowing that it was a 10-day show or a 12-day show or whatever it was, in a way that now is very acceptable.
Yeah. And I love the example you use as well, because it's true. Like they sent baby Luke to Tatooine and baby Leia to the planet Alderaan. They weren't the same. They had to treat them differently. And
Very different children.
Different children, different treatment.
Yeah.
What is the first thing you think of when you think of Studio 60?
I mean, I feel like it was the people. Again, I wish I could remember more stories. I was trying very hard to think of stories, and then I was like, oh, I'm just gonna make up a bunch of great stories and tell completely. Yeah, and then I realized, oh, there's 10 other episodes after me where you're going to talk to people. And if you
is this true?
Yeah. Do you remember when? And because Dylan was telling us that you guys played a full tackle football game in the no, it didn't happen. Yeah. But it was a lot of it again, it was the people, and we were constantly doing stuff, whether it was trying to throw a water bottle into a trash can off of a second story, or a football from one room to the other, or betting how many, could you eat 2 pieces of white bread in 1 minute, or whatever again, we were there so long, and it was such a great group, and everyone, it was, when Matthew would start to tell a story, it was like story time. Everybody would gather around, whoever, Tim Busfield, or, it was just this pedigree of people that I was just, couldn't believe that I was involved with.
Dylan?
Yeah.
Was that DirecTV story true?
That was, yeah.
Now I start to wonder.
Yeah, fair enough. And by the way, yeah.
All right. I'm going to ask everybody on the rest of the stream about that.
I don't know how we got
this is your chance, Dylan, to get out clean.
Okay, just real fast. Someone's saying that they can eat 2 pieces of white bread in 1 minute. It's actually virtually. I don't want to mess with anybody. However, we would do 10-to-1 odds, and no one was ever able to do it.
What about 2 pieces? What about honey wheat?
No, it's got to be. Here's the deal: 2 pieces of Wonder Bread, no water, nothing. You can't put any mustard or just 2 plain pieces.
Watto, do you have white bread, Watto?
I believe I do. I'm 99% certain.
I also have white bread. So
I have honey wheat. It's very close to white bread.
No,
George, the first time it happened, I got so suckered into it. It was a complete. We worked around, and then it was a bet, and within a matter of seconds, I was like, oh yeah, I can do that. And then money started flying, and this is how it went. I took the 2 pieces. I was quite cocky, ready to just take all my money. I took one bite and went, oh, it's impossible. There's no chance.
It sounds so easy.
Here we go. Watto, $6,001. Is that what we should do?
No, 5760.
What?
No, we need more than that, Watto.
For the white bread?
Yeah, I think we got to bump it above 6.
I think Watto is hungry for that bread. He's hungry for that bread.
We need to. We've been stuck in this zone for so long. We need to put some immediate goals on the board.
I agree. We've been in the 5,006.
Okay. What do you want to make it? 5.9. Let's make it 5.9.
Boy, keep on punting this. With your
5.9.
Sally lifting.
5.9. What? You're gonna eat 2 pieces of white bread in 1 minute? Is that the idea?
We're gonna try. We're gonna try our damnedest.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Thanks, George.
I will tell you my favorite part about when if this would ever happen. It would be 6 people in a row would fail, and then there would be always someone off in the corner who'd been watching, and then it was the 7th person who would go, I can do it. And I was always amazed by that I was like, you just watched 6 people fail and you think you can do it.
I don't think we can do it, but I want people to donate to me. Guys,
it's fun.
bit.ly/GLTS gives. Let's donate right now. Listen, $4. If you want to donate $4, that's fine. If a bunch of you donate $4, we'll get there.
I tell you what, and you can. I'm already off the margins on this because I have honey wheat and not regular white bread.
Right.
I'm just gonna eat a bacon sandwich in a minute.
Sure, George.
Yeah.
If everyone donates $4, we will get there. And you know what? If someone donates $100 right now and they want to come on and try it, I'll send you the link and we can try it.
But only do it if you really, really think you can do it.
Yeah. Dylan, let's hear some Steven Weber stories. You got any Steven Weber stories?
Yeah. Tell us about the web.
He's
Spinoza Weber.
Hysterical.
Spinoza Weber.
And also just a ridiculously sweet man. He has 2 boys that went to the same school as my daughter, so I would run into him all the time at whatever charity event or school function or whatever, and it was one of those bonus for me that I got to be like, oh, thank on it. I got to catch up, in a way. My web thing.
And you've worked with him on Get Shorty as well.
Yeah,
that is a great. Is that show? Is that continuing?
It's done, sadly.
It is. It is a real in the era of, let's say, an overwhelming amount of TV shows.
Peak TV, some call it.
Yeah, I think that is one of the shows that over the next decade, people are going to keep discovering Get Shorty. Right. And they're going to say, how did I miss this show? How was this show not one of the top award winners and talked about? Like, it is such a great piece of television.
Yeah, and how about Ray Romano? Stunning, right?
Oh, no. Everybody loves this guy.
The star of Vinyl. Everyone loves Vinyl.
And you worked with Ray Romano on Parenthood. He's great on Parenthood as well.
Yeah.
Oh, another great show. Now that one, I think that Parenthood found its audience. Like that was a show that was. I think it's another one that I think over time it's going to snowball. But I always was a little bit shocked. And I think it was in part because Get Shorty was it on Epix?
Yeah.
And I think it's like Epix is one of those channels that is like a secret.
The fact that you even know that it's a channel is impressive. That was our problem.
Right. It's almost felt like if you were watching something on Epix, it almost felt like you staggered into a speakeasy. Like that you were watching a channel. Maybe I'm not supposed to be watching this.
The most common question followed by, they would say, what show are you working on? I would say, Get Shorty. It's on Epix. Followed quickly by, what is Epix?
Right.
And not how do I see it now, just literally what was it?
But I think the first season of Get Shorty is on Netflix, which rhymes with Epix.
Right.
But
I think the first 2 are now.
The first 2, and I cannot recommend the show highly enough. It is and the thing is, the original book and then the movie that came out. it's part of what I think is a really fascinating trend in the way that things get adapted into TV shows, because it's true to the spirit of the Get Shorty that people may know from before, but it's its own new thing.
Right.
It tells its own new story. And the character in particular of Amara on that show is unlike any other character on TV, I think. It's truly a unique TV show that I think is sadly only going to become more popular now that it's done.
Right. Davey Holmes, who was the guy of that show. He wrote it and created it, and it was all him. Was also, I'd worked with him on Pushing Daisies, and we'd stayed in touch. And so I was so excited when he called and we were able to do it. And again, that was another show that had just a great group of people. Arkin and Davey and Chris O'Dowd, and it was just kind of one of those where, again, you're just like, this is great.
Yeah. We live in an interesting era as far as television, because some things get appreciated in their moment, and some things the moment arrives later. And it's sometimes you realize you're working on something and the audience for it does not exist yet. There's something tragic about that, and there's something beautiful about it, because thankfully we do live in an age where so much there was an era where TV was disposable, and some movies were disposable, that if you didn't see them in the theaters, they would vanish, or if they didn't come out on home video, then there was no way. And we're in an era where more and more things, thankfully, are there's a way to see them still. And
do you notice, or I realize that when I'll be talking to someone and I'll mention a show that I love, or in something like a Get Shorty that is but anyway, that they'll go, oh, and when you find someone who's seen it or knows about it, there's this connection that you get so excited about.
Yeah.
In a way that didn't happen before.
Right. It's in some ways it's kind of replaced what used to be the experience of 3 networks, and everyone, if there was the finale of MASH or Who Shot JR, everyone was watching. And now it's sort of a thing where you almost have to find the audience that you're sharing this communal experience with, and it's sometimes a moment of pleasant discovery that, oh, we're both members of that club. We both enjoyed that story.
And there's a strange ownership now, right? Where you feel as though it's like when iPhones first came out and people wanted to show you an app they found or whatever. It's like, you just downloaded an app. Stop trying to convince me how great it is. Like, why? But yet I do that with I'm watching like Ted Lasso right now on Apple, and I just, something about it I'm loving. It's just so sweet. It just works. It's nothing like I thought it was going to be. And I just want to tell somebody, I'm like, hey, have you seen it? I like it. You should watch it. Whatever that might be. It's interesting how this is happening.
Ted Lasso, Fox. It's so good.
It's really, I hear everyone loves it. Watto, we are waiting for someone who donated $100. When she gets in here, it's time, because we are at $6,001.69.
Wow. It's also time for a second hat, and for George to put on a different hat. And in honor of all the Ray Romano talk we've been doing.
All right.
Baby. There we go.
Not soon enough to make it on for the Christmas show, but it happened nonetheless.
Yeah.
I'll also tell you back to Studio 60 for a second, which was I also have a very distinct memory of sitting up in the corner office VIP, what they called the VIP room for the show, on the day we started to demo it. And being actually quite sad in the sense of, again, back to the theme of unrealized potential or untapped into it. Because I felt as though, like when we did West Wing, it was 7 seasons. When we toured that, it was an amazing set. But when we tore it down, I didn't feel as though, I felt as though that's okay. We used it. Like it was, it got its money's worth with that. And when we tore down Studio 60, I was bummed, because I was like, this is an amazing set.
It is.
That we never really got to. It's like having a sports car you never get to drive fast.
It also, in a funny way, and I know this is part of the.
Do you need me to holding one side of the board or anything?
I'm not sure what Watto's doing. Watto, what are you? Oh, you're vacuuming, Watto? Oh, okay.
Sorry.
There's also an element. I know some of this is just the magic. The magic of storytelling.
Too much popcorn on the floor.
Yeah.
But in a way, the idea that these sets were gotten rid of, it makes me feel like how could they tear down this theater that had all this history? And I realized, well, no, that's the story.
Right.
These are built for Studio 60, and yet I have a knee-jerk reaction towards. But they did Studio 60 Theater of the Air.
Yeah.
Like it feels like they've desecrated a historic, like a listed building.
Right.
They tore down. You see that picture of what the real building looks like today, and part of me immediately thinks they demolished the whole second floor. How could they? It feels like something really wrong was done. A wrong was committed.
Hey, Watto, let's do this because I'm not sure where the person is.
Okay.
And then when they come in later, we'll let them try it and see if they can do it.
Okay. I have.
Should I get my bread ready?
This
Should I get my bread
counts.
ready? Hold on.
Dylan. I have what is called bagel bread. Bagel bread. It is white bread with everything seasoning on it.
I have good old bimbo white bread.
So again, ours is we just went with 2 slices of Wonder Bread because we felt.
I have this. This is closer to Wonder Bread.
Do that. Do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
But you're gonna say it's too big because it's not as big of a slice. I'm just, just do it.
I mean,
wait, here we go. Watto, I'm gonna bring in our $100 donator. I'm gonna mute her till she comes on screen, but it's Bring the Noise herself, Abigail Noy.
Oh yes, my concern was that these slices are smaller, but I'm ready.
Go on.
Listen,
Abigail.
I will tell you, I'd be.
Okay, Abigail.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Is this good? Do these work?
Let's try it. Sure.
And
We'll
what
do it.
exactly am I doing? Just eating them.
We're eating 2 of them in a minute.
Here's the deal. You can 2 pieces of white bread in 1 minute. You can, however you want to do it. If you want to smash them together, if you want to make them into a ball, there's no, everyone has their theory of how to do it best. And yeah, and the idea is when the 60-second buzzer goes off, you should have no bread left anywhere, and you will be it. Abigail, you do it. It is an incredibly impressive, very small group of people you will be with.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Now, Patrick.
Yes,
because
Watto.
we have finished an episode. Can we time the minute on the clock behind you?
Do you want?
Yes, we can. Here we go.
Here, do you want to do a countdown, or how do you want to do it? Want to do it this way?
We can do it on this guy.
Oh, great.
Yeah, just so people can see the countdown in real time. But I think you should give us the count off, Dylan, to begin.
Great. We're gonna go with we're gonna do the 1, 2, 3 eat.
Yes.
Begin, and then I will give you the stuff in the background so you can have I won't give you too much pressure, but I'll give you a few numbers as we go.
Okay. Hello, Abigail.
Hello, George. So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Big fan.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
And 1, 2, 3 eat.
Oh my God.
I guess I should narrate since no one else is going to be able to talk. I can kind of go through what you're thinking right now if you would like, which is, it's much harder than I thought it was going to be.
It's really
I now just made paper mache in my mouth. I could probably swallow this in the next minute, but there's no chance I'm going to finish this bread. Should I just admit it now or go for it? Quitting feels wrong. However, there's no chance I can actually do this. Who knew it was this hard? It's shockingly difficult, and there's no way. Uh-oh. Do you think I could choke to death doing this? No. You do it if I could choke to death. I can eat a sandwich so quickly. Why can't I eat just 2 pieces of bread? Oh, by the way, you have 12 seconds left.
Donate!
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm shocked by how hard that is.
Yeah, that's shocking, right? I try to tell everybody. Here's the beauty. Now, I guarantee you there's other people right now who are like, oh, I can totally do it. And we used to do a thing where we put down $100 on the table.
Don't do it.
$10 for all it costs is $10 to try, and you can win 100. Or we would.
Nobody do it if you're home alone. Only do it if you have someone who can Heimlich you if you start to choke.
Dylan, I have to say, I was very cocky going into that.
Yeah.
And on the other end of it, I would describe it as a near-death experience.
Shockingly impossible, right? It's just 2 pieces of white bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much for letting me try.
Thank you for coming on, Abigail. We appreciate
your
it.
donation.
Good fan.
I spit almost all of it back up into the Studio 60 popcorn bag. The amount that I was able to swallow was like this.
I believe it's like a DIY or DIY, whatever it is, do-it-yourself paper mache.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Here,
terrible.
let's start this next one, Dylan. You can stay or you don't have to. Either way, but
I did it.
Time going.
I did it.
No,
All right.
fuck you, George. Double
All right.
fuck you.
Here we go.
You
Watto,
had the wrong bread. It took you 4 minutes. Are you leaving, Dylan?
I'm gonna jump off, guys, because I have my my family out there. Oh, wait, yes.
Hang on 1 sec. Let's start this because we got to get you waving.
Great.
Waving. All right, here we go. You ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right.
Again, thank you. This was terrific. A lot of fun.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you for your time, Dylan.
Let's get those SNL goodnight waves. This is good. That was good. Dylan, thank you so much.
Guys, thank you so much. And guys, please, everyone watching, donate. By the way, here's the way to do it. If you don't want to give your own money, just gamble with the white bread. You can scam people and then take your winnings and donate it.
Yes.
1 odd, 21 odd. You can make a lot of money and just give it right to the cause. I mean, it's worthwhile.
Thank you so much, Dylan. It was so nice meeting you.
It was a pleasure, guys. I hope I get to see you all again.
Yes, thank you, Dylan.
Be well.
Doing a good job.
Okay.
Just exit out. You're good.
Yeah, it's the exit's on the left.
Yeah, it's just go out right out that way.
Right out that way.
All right.
I am honestly so disgusted by this. I'm going to go dump not only my spit up bread in the garbage, but also the rest of this loaf, which I will never be able to look at again. I'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, George, I'm going to go throw away this this stuff too.
All right. Well, one of the things I feel like I haven't done enough of today is promote my museum. I know it's not open yet, but if you go to lucasmuseum.org, you can learn all about. I want to see because I don't know if they've updated the website today. I'm just going to think out loud. I'm not going to do this, but earlier, because we've heard various stories about Aaron Sorkin being particular about saying the dialogue verbatim.
Yeah.
And at one point when they flash back to an earlier era of Studio 60, they used the Eagle Eye Cherry song, Save Tonight. And then I was imagining in my head, oh, what a good spoof it would be if you could do a Sorkin Studio 60 spoof where instead of Save Tonight, it was Say the Lines. And then, I don't know, do the rest of it. But if anyone out there who's eager to spoof, all right. Oh, you're already going to the website for me. I didn't need to do it on my device.
Nope.
Thank you, Patrick.
It's not me, but you're welcome.
Well, I'm thanking you, Patrick. You're the producer of the show. Let's visit the collection, see if that page is updated. Click on it. Click. Yeah, still under construction. Well, you got to do it safely when you're building a website under COVID. You got to, there's protocols.
Safe, smart, clean. The big three.
Safe, smart, clean. Say the lines.
And normally, when you're watching Studio 60,
tomorrow,
George, when you're watching Studio,
say the lines. Bite the break of dawn, come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be gone. Do you like that song, Patrick?
I do. I was gonna say normally when you're watching Studio 60, the big three refers to Tom Jeter, Simon Stiles, and Harriet Hayes. Mm-hmm. But today, it refers to smart, safe, and clean.
That's right. Oh, this is a good note that we can say the lines. We there written down, come tomorrow. Tomorrow, there should be. Maybe I wonder if there's a way back. Because I know he would rewrite things and they get new pages at the last minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say the lines. We there written down, come tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll have more. Say the lines.
I need everyone who's tweeting "wave for Abigail," wave again, give Abigail a wave. I need everyone to calm down. Okay.
Calm the heck down.
Calm the heck down.
Where are we at popcorn bag wise? I had 1, 2, 3, 4.
George, we are at we're at 6.
Oh Jesus, really?
Yep.
Did I lose a bag at some point?
Abigail,
Hi.
let's see those waves.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Now, Abigail, you have a Garfield shirt?
I do.
Yeah. What's it saying? It says Yep. There you go.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Great. I love your hat. I love your hat's hat.
Thank you so much. It was a present. It's one of the best things I've ever gotten.
Yeah, and you have so many words on your wall. You have on a show that celebrates words, and Eric Wilson famously loves language. You are treating words as literal art, both in fashion and in the things you're framing on the wall.
George?
Yes.
Yeah. Abigail?
Yes.
Guess what? I know you're not a regular here, but I have a guest, and I'm going to bring them in.
Oh my God. Okay.
My next guest in this episode, I believe she's in both parts of this episode, plays Cody's #1 fan. Please welcome to the stream, Jackie Michelle Johnson.
Hi.
How are you?
Are y'all starstruck?
We are.
You're the #1 fan.
That's
Number
right.
one.
No one can top me. No one can top me. How are y'all?
Doing really well. How are you?
You look great, George.
Thank you. I know it's not yet the Yuletide season, but we're switching hats every $1,000 we raise. So,
well, I hope you have a lot of hats. I wish I had a hat.
Do you have any? If you can find one,
Get the
you
hat.
can wear
I'm
it.
on 2 hats. I'm on 2 hats.
Do you think you have a hat, Jackie?
I could go get one, but I don't want to leave my seat.
Okay.
You don't have a hat within reach.
I do not. I do not have a hat within reach. No.
Oh. You have the makings of a hat within reach, like a piece of paper. Yes. Yes. It's like a Princess Leia hat.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yes. That's great. Anything can be a hat if you can make it stay on your head.
If you can balance it, it's a hat.
That's a hat.
Look at
my
this.
God. What is this, Fashion Week? This is the,
I mean,
the unconventional materials challenge on Runway right here.
What is Tim Gunn going to say?
He's going to say you're making it work.
Yeah.
That actually looks really good.
I know. I think I might make this my thing now. You know, Jackie Johnson, she has headphones as a hat.
Mm.
And a cord.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. It's very good.
Now, Jackie, let's cut the bullshit. How did you get to become Cody's #1 fan?
I mean, this is honestly probably my best story. Basically, I was an extra. It was my second job ever. I had just moved to LA. I was 21 years old. And they picked me out of like the extras holding area to be upgraded to a character, which I guess is extremely rare and doesn't happen very often. And everyone was like, what did you do? Like, who did you sleep with or whatever? I was like, I don't know. I just had this tight dress on. And they were like, we need somebody to stand there kind of thing.
It's like 42nd Street. You were a chorus girl and you became a star.
That is exactly what it was.
Wow. Yeah.
Except instead of 42nd Street, this was on the Warner Brothers lot in Los Angeles.
The Sunset Strip.
That's right, baby.
I'm gonna head out.
Okay, Abigail.
Abigail.
I feel nervous.
No, Abigail, don't be nervous.
There's more on the wall.
Jackie, we'll explain to you why Abigail was here.
Yeah.
Producer Dylan Massen was just on from Studio 60, and he told us they used to play a game on the show backstage that you couldn't eat 2 pieces of white bread in under a minute. So we said, we need everyone to donate. So if we reach a certain amount of money, we will try it. And we said, if you donate $100, you can come on the stream and try it. And Abigail was that lucky guest.
Now, I want to say, having tried it and failed, I do still have enough hubris to think that if I had used just like a normal piece of bread,
Yeah.
I maybe could have done it, and I am gonna try it in the future.
Wow.
If you can get a normal piece of bread before the end of the stream, Abigail, we'll let you back on and you can try it again.
Abigail, do you think it's something that you could train for? Like, do you think it's something that if you did it enough,
Yes.
you would get there? You think you're close?
George, wait, hang on, Abigail, before you go.
Yeah.
I think we can make this a recurring segment.
Yeah, we'd like to check in. Please don't abandon us, Abigail. Please return every now and then when you have some normal bread and you think that you have made some progress.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I might just go out to the store right now.
You let me know when that happens. And
Yeah.
we'll
Be safe, Abigail. Be safe.
And you know what else?
I've been watching this since 9 a.m. I might as well,
Yeah.
you know, take a break or.
Yeah.
I would try gluten-free bread.
Really?
And I just feel like that might give you an edge. I don't know.
Okay.
The texture isn't as spongy. It's more spongy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Abigail. We'll see you in a little bit then.
Fantastic. Bye.
Bye-bye. So, Jackie, how was the experience? What was the catering like?
Jackie.
Okay, so the catering. I have a story about this. So I walk up, I get a breakfast burrito custom made for me.
Yes.
And I sit down in my extras holding area. You know, it's like a big cattle field. It's not very nice. And I take a bite of my burrito and it squeezes a big grease ball all over my dress, ruining it.
Oh, no.
Right? So I have to go up to the costume lady and go, hey, I just ruined my dress with oil. And she had to strip me of my dress. She poured talcum powder all over the stain, was putting a hot air dryer on, all this shit. And then she wiped it away and the grease was gone. It was a miracle.
Oh, digital magic.
I thought I ruined the movie.
No.
You didn't.
In fact, I did not.
Because it was a TV show. So maybe you ruined the movie, but you
You were
didn't ruin
safe
the
all
movie.
along.
Yeah.
You were safe all along.
Um,
It was impossible to ruin the movie because it was never a movie.
That's right.
That's where they
that
had
was the secret. That was what was happening. Yeah.
It turns out that the movie was just the TV shows we made along the way.
Yes.
Yes. It's one of the many lessons we've learned on this stream. Now I want to just ask about different elements of the production, and I just assume you're going to have an equally great anecdote about anything.
You know, the gaffers on this show, I have a story about them. Talk about cut-ups.
Yeah.
Oh my, about the pranksters of Hollywood, the gaffers on Studio 60.
Jackie,
oh man.
how is that Best Boy Grip? Tell me about that Best Boy Grip.
So I have a story about him. His name's Phil. And Phil has $1 million smile. I mean, he's one of those guys that just disarms you.
Yeah.
And he really was the best boy, if you catch my drift.
Jackie, I have a question. I don't even know if it'll mean anything to you. Were you ever on Harold Night?
You know what? I only hosted Harold Night. I never performed on Harold Night.
That's pretty close.
That's pretty close.
Yeah.
Now, wait, we have to ask the two important follow-up questions.
Hang on.
Jackie, were you ever on Lloyd Night?
You know what? I was not on Lloyd Night.
Okay,
It was Lloyd Night.
We'll explain in a second. Watto, ask the last follow-up.
Were you ever on Maude Night?
Yes, I was. Several years. Yes.
What's Lloyd Night? Watto, what is Lloyd Night?
It's like junior varsity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like JV Harold Night. Yes.
Yeah.
We have that in LA.
Now, Jackie,
that's why you guys are still open.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't gotten any emails in a while.
I'll tell you, the New York City Lloyd Night department, that program cost $18 million a month. That's why all the theaters closed. Lloyd was weirdly just a huge albatross.
A money pit. Money pit. Yeah. Wow.
Watto and George
on Lloyd Night.
Watto and George took classes with Will Hines, so they feel like they're improv professionals.
Yeah, we had Will Hines for 101 and Kevin Hines for 201.
Yeah.
As your teachers or in the class with you?
No, teachers.
Oh, well, not to brag, I had Will McLaughlin for 101.
Ooh, okay.
In 2006. So
okay.
I've been doing the prov for a while.
Yeah.
Now,
we used to perform. I don't know if you know this, Jackie. This used to be a live stage show at the UCB Theater. And we did it at Chelsea. We did it in the East Village. We did it at Hell's Kitchen. And so I don't want to brag, but we pretty much went 3 for 3 in terms of closing down UCB locations.
We're a theater killer.
We're still standing.
We're a theater killer. I've also not to be too foreboding about the future, but I also brought the show to both of the LA theaters. So Sunset and Franklin, look out.
You performed on CISO, George. You did the UCB show on CISO, and CISO down.
Yeah, I'm going to retroactively get their Comedy Central show canceled again.
I just say Planet Scum should buy the biggest insurance policy they can find. That's all I'll say.
Now, Jackie, just to bring it back, and I don't expect you to have an answer to this Studio 60 question, but I made a vow that I would ask it of everybody. Producer Dylan Massen told me that they had DirecTV piped down into some of the monitors for people to watch. Do you recall ever being around, catching a glimpse of a TV monitor that might have been showing DirecTV programming?
I just want to start and say real quick, I was also on the UCB show on CISO. While we're talking about my credits, I just had to get that out. Second part of the question, second to answer, no, I did not see a single TV monitor. I did not. I was too busy cutting up with the gaffers, I guess.
I had a feeling that story was bullshit, you know?
I did. I mean, I was in the Transpo van with Sarah Paulson. I have a story about Matthew Perry in the makeup trailer.
Come on. If not now, when?
Jackie, come on.
Okay, so I was fresh off the bus from Texas at this point, you know, being around famous people. Like now I'm talking to all of y'all. I can hang. But back in the day, I was young, I didn't know, and I was so nervous and didn't know what to say. I mean, I was literally like, oh my God, I'm sitting next to Chandler. You know what I mean? Like it was really stressful. So I was in the makeup trailer and Matthew Perry comes in and I'm sitting there just not saying anything. And the makeup artist said, hey, she just got Taft-Hartley, which is SAG-AFTRA lingo, which means yes,
that's like just saying on Lloyd Night.
Exactly. You basically, I was upgraded from an extra to a principal performer. And she said, yeah, you know, she just got Taft-Hartley, and he goes, oh, congrats. And I go, yeah, I'm one of you now. And he goes, well, I wouldn't go that far.
So no one told you'd get Taft-Hartley today.
Yeah, I mean, I got a Chandler burn. More like Chandler burn, am I right?
Could you be any more Taft-Hartley? I mean, that's the thing.
The answer is no.
When you say, but here's the thing. I understand why he recoiled at that is because the Friends pledge, the oath that they take. Once you say I'm one of you, what is the promise they made? That means he's got to be there.
I'll be there for you. Yeah.
Once I'm one of you, he's like, come on, I've already got to like look after Paul Rudd if you need it. You know,
it's a big buy-in. It's a very big buy-in.
And who was I to assume that he would, you know, live up to that? He's a busy guy. Yeah.
So Jackie, I think you said that your big scene comes in the next episode.
Yes.
Can you walk us through the big scene?
Okay, yes. So you're going to see Bradley Whitford. He's on a rooftop. At this point, is he locked on the roof?
Spoilers. No, not yet.
Okay. So he gets locked on the roof. There's a match edit. So he's turned like this. More like this. And then it match edits to me. And I'm standing there and Cody is signing an autograph for me. And this is what happened. They went in the room and they picked me out because they were like, let's put a girl here. They were like, oh, that girl in the silver tight dress where she can barely breathe. You know,
she's got no grease on that dress. Let's put
no grease. She's degreased. They were like, and so I again didn't know what was going on. Second job ever. First day was on House MD. I stared right into the camera. Everybody hated me. That's another story. When y'all do House, call me back.
Yes.
So they put me on the mark and they were like, okay, Timothy Busfield was directing that episode. He was like, okay, just stand here. And then we're gonna follow you. And they did a Sorkin sweep on me where they follow me through the party. And as soon as I cross the table where Matthew Perry and Sarah Paulson are sitting, they start to talk and start the scene. Ooh. And we did it twice. And then Aaron Sorkin, his mother effing self, comes over and says, she needs to say something. This isn't working. He goes, are you comfortable saying something? And I go, yeah. I didn't know this was a big deal. I didn't know this was rare. I thought you just show up in LA and they give you a part on a show. So the script supervisor flies in and she's like, okay, what do you want to say? And I was like, I guess thank you so much. Because what do you say when somebody signs an autograph? Sure. You don't, and she goes, great. And she wrote in, thank you so much. And then we did it like 3 or 4 times. And then I was famous.
Jackie, I don't know if you realize this, but this is actually a big deal because Aaron Sorkin is famous for, if you put a comma out of place, we got to redo this. So I think true. You're probably one of the only people who was not a writer on an Aaron Sorkin show
that got a line.
And go beyond that. I feel like you're maybe the only actor who has ever written their own dialogue in a Sorkin project.
Yeah.
I'm sued for like a writing credit.
You should now.
Yeah.
The word is out.
Also, and if he wants to defend himself against that, he should come on the stream.
Now, here's a question. Here's a question. Should Jackie have an uncredited additional dialogue credit on IMDb?
Absolutely.
Because I'm saying maybe.
I could submit one. I could submit one.
Jackie, if you're fine with it, I think it'll be done in 5 minutes. Someone in the chat will do it. Great. Yeah. Go for it, guys.
Yeah. And if anyone higher up the chain has a problem with it, come on the show. We'll talk.
Yeah.
People are doing it. Look at all these people saying they're going to do it.
Yeah, you might end up with 30 additional dialogue credits on that episode.
Fine with me. I mean, I still get residual checks from this. They're like 45 cents, but
you know what? That's 44 cents more than Mark McKinney is getting.
Yeah,
that's true.
Mark McKinney showed us a penny check. A penny check.
He had a penny check, and he says it is a nightmare to pitch. It's very hard. You don't know what he wants, and you got it in. No changes, no notes.
Yeah,
you got your line in, and it was perfect. You know why? Because it was simple. It was to the point. It was elegant.
Yeah.
Thank you, George. But you know what it really was? It was ignorance is bliss. I literally did not know that this was a big deal. I have auditioned for and booked under 5. That's another industry term for people. Under 5s are characters that say less than 5 lines or 5 lines or less. So I've booked a lot of U5s, not to brag. Yeah. And the pressure is really on you, especially if it's like a line where there's a lot of terminology. It's a lot of like, doctor, you're needed in, operating room 5, stuff like that. So because I didn't really have this pressure on me, I just said it really easily. But if I had auditioned for that part, I probably would have been really terrified and would have flubbed it up and like whatever.
Jackie, not for nothing, but you were in danger of doing a big thing badly and you made it through.
Yes.
And you know it.
Oh, yeah. Yes. It was a very high stakes situation that I did not realize was high stakes at the time.
Jackie, we should offer this up to you.
We should.
This is where we're at for fundraising. We're over 6,000, 62.
Oh, wow.
What we like to do is we make stretch goals. So if we hit a certain point, we will do something, or we will, our last one was we ate the white bread. George puts on a second hat, that kind of thing.
There's one missing. Patrick, right off the bat, you got to put down 6,666. Watto chugs another Red Bull.
Oh, wow. Okay. Jackie, do you have anything that you think we should do?
I mean, I've heard that George has a beautiful singing voice.
Yeah, that's true. He was singing. George, what were you singing a minute ago?
I was trying to come up with a spoof of Eagle-Eyed Cherry's Save Tonight, but make it Sorkin specific.
Oh, I got one. Can I do a pass on that?
Yeah. Sure. Shall I tell you what we have already?
I want to start fresh. I heard it.
I got it.
Can I just do a quick pass, start fresh?
Absolutely.
This is Aaron Sorkin doing a Eagle-Eye Cherry parody to ABC executives in the late 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Save Sports Night.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let the show be gone one more season.
Mm-hmm.
Let me finish off my run.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's gonna be hard to top that.
It's pretty good. But George, I don't want you to sing anymore. Jackie, what should George sing?
What should I sing?
Don't give it away for free.
No,
Do you know?
The
Do
Muffin Man?
you know a little ditty called "Careless Whisper"
Yeah, I'm
by
familiar.
George Michael?
Yeah,
Don't sing it, George.
the one about not stopping dancing.
Okay. So what's the
$6,500? $6,500.
Okay.
What is it? 6,500. When is it?
George shares a careless whisper.
And I want you to sing it very sincerely. Like I feel like you're a very empathic person.
Right.
And I want to feel it.
Feel it.
There is not a bone of irony in his body.
Yeah.
He's
I know that.
the man I've ever known.
Yeah. I can be goofy when I need to, but as sincere is also good. Yeah, I can do that. What made you think of that song, Jackie?
You know what? I don't know. It popped. I was gonna say Bohemian Rhapsody, and I was like, too on the nose.
It's also long.
Too silly.
And then I just was like, what are some other like kind of ballads in my heart?
Yeah.
And that was there.
Oh, that's a good title. The Ballads in My Heart.
Mm-hmm. Don't take that, please. That's actually the name of my autobiography. So I'm working on it right now.
What else is going to be in it? Just give us a little taste. Give us a little taste.
A little tease, a little preview.
Of what's in my autobiography?
Give us a little House preview. Tell us a little bit about House.
A little House preview.
Yeah.
Okay. I had no clue. When you're an extra in Hollywood, you are the scum of the earth. I mean, you are the bottom of the food chain. You are an untouchable. You are just cast aside as trash.
Yes.
I didn't know this. I didn't know that they make you park 5 miles away. I get there, I'm really late because I didn't know it was going to take me so long to park and walk. I get there, they're pissed that I'm late. The wardrobe girl is pissed that I didn't bring any clothes. I didn't know I had to bring my own socks. So they had to dress me head to toe. And then I just kept staring into the camera. And the director kept being like, cut, hey, you're staring into the camera. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's a big old camera. I'm just looking right at it. He's like, yeah, the camera doesn't exist, okay? You are a lady sitting in the waiting room, okay? And then when House MD walks in, I'm like, oh my God, it's Hugh Laurie. And I'm like staring there like, cut, hey, stop. Can you stop looking at the actors, please? And I'm like, well, Hugh Laurie's right there. They're like, no. He's not Hugh Laurie. He's just a doctor standing there. You're minding your own business. And it took me forever to get it. I mean, I told y'all, I was fresh off the bus. I didn't understand.
Just a doctor. He's Dr. House.
Dr. Gregory House.
Yeah.
I think your take on the character was justified. Because if I were in that hospital, I would go, who the fuck is this guy? He's really popping. He's just an ordinary doctor. He's doing a lot of business. He's throwing out quippy one-liners all the time. He doesn't play by the book. Like, my eyes would be glued to that guy.
He definitely has got kind of a swagger to him.
Also, why is this enormous camera in the middle of a hospital? This serves no medical purpose.
It's true.
Yeah, of course I'm going to take a gander at the camera.
I'm sorry for staring at the thing that shouldn't be here.
Right. I mean, their nerve was something else.
I heard that's why they got
no vision. They had no bigger vision.
I heard that's why they got canceled.
Yes.
Because they kept bringing those cameras in.
Cameras in a hospital? No one signed up for this.
There's a reason. I mean, that's what they get. They only got to do 9 seasons because they fucked up.
Yeah.
They fucked up. You brought them gold and they went.
Say goodbye to your 10th season, Dr. House.
Yeah. George Watto, this is another good stretch goal. Dolphin Girl voices.
Yeah.
Which is the character that Harriet Hayes does. It's just a dolphin impression.
Yeah.
But we should what do you want that to be? How much? 7?
No, 6, 7, 60.
6, 7, 60? Okay. Oh, we're in the party. Hang on.
We've been stuck in similar numbers for a while. We need to create more short-term stretch goals. We have to keep momentum going, not these far-off goals.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're in the party. We're in Jackie's. This is her moment. This is her.
Let's get ready for this.
But her big moment comes in episode 2, so we're not going to see it right now. We'll see it in
But
episode
they had me ready for this one because they wanted me to walk the red carpet in the background, and they paired me up with this old dude. And I remember being like weirded out, and he was like, "This is what relationships look like in Hollywood."
Oh no!
Wow!
They paired me with an old dude, and I was like, "Can I get like a hot guy to walk the red carpet with me?" And they were like, "No. This is how it works." And I was like, "Okay."
Now,
But you can't see me. I'm pretty sure because I used to like pause this to see if you could see me in it, and you can't.
Now, what is your backstory for your character? Does she have a name?
Her name is Cindy.
Okay, because here's the thing. People will add this to IMDb, so let's come up with a full name for Cindy.
Okay. Cindy Lauper, but spelled Lopper.
CINDYLOPPER.
Yes, exactly.
So guys, when you're updating the Wikipedia or the IMDb, make it Cindy Lauper, Cody's #1 fan.
Yeah. I wish they would have given me a name. That would have more legitimized my career.
Yeah.
Well, especially I love the fact that you were given the green light to write your own dialogue, and now you're getting to title your own character.
Yes.
It feels like
George, you're missing your moment. This is your moment on the show.
What's
And
my moment?
the Skywalker Ranch is 5858
Oh.
Lucas Valley Road.
Here we go. Yeah.
The boy, Cody's online handle is Luke S5858, standing for Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
5858 is the address for Skywalker Ranch.
Yeah, Life Serial just pointed out George just got doxxed.
Yeah.
Not cool. Not cool.
Stay away. Come to Chili's and have a good time. Get to curbside and then get out of here.
Hello.
What's happening? Oh, Patrick's on the phone.
Patrick's taking calls.
Yeah, this is one of the segments on the show where Patrick mutes himself and has a private conversation.
No,
I get it.
For some reference, okay?
My dinner's here.
Oh, wonderful. Snack trick.
Oh, it's exactly, man, he just played into my hand, Jackie, because this guy, the producer of our show, he should be keeping things going. He is constantly
I mean,
leaving
he's
us
allowed
in a lurch to eat snacks and take naps.
I have not eaten since 8 a.m. this morning.
That's not true. I watched you eat bread. I watched you eat bread less than an hour ago.
I've seen you eat 6 bags of popcorn. They call him Snack Trick because he can't stop snacking. They call him Snack Trick Nap Store because he also takes naps in between the snacks.
Now they call him Chatrick Cell Phone. That's his new nickname. Always taking all the phone calls he can.
You know, it's actually a good thing for your blood sugar to just snack and not eat like full meals.
He's diabetic.
Oh no.
Now, Jackie, well, if you had to describe this role that you played, I'm looking for a specific term. How would you describe it? What kind of role was it?
To me, it was.
I'm going to ask you to do it a bunch of times till I get what I want.
Okay.
All right. And you can be evocative. You can be, you have poetic license. We'll just keep going back to one until I get the description I think I'm looking for. What kind of role do you think this was?
This was a seductive role.
Cindy Lauper, Cody's #1 fan.
Mm-hmm.
Seductive. Yes, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
What else would describe it? What kind of?
I would say irreverent.
Irreverent. An irreverent role.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and let's say it with the word role in the description.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
an irreverent role.
An irreverent role.
Wonderful. Back to
Yeah.
one. How else?
Okay.
How else would we describe? What kind of role was it?
This would be a groundbreaking role.
A groundbreaking role. I like that.
Yes.
Good. What if you had to describe it as a kind of fruit? What kind of fruit would you describe it as?
I would say it's a cherry.
Cherry roll.
Mm-hmm. A cherry roll. Do you mean like type of fruit as in like a druple?
What's a drupal? I have a lot of questions about that word.
I want to say a drupal is a specific kind of seed-bearing fruit.
Whoa.
Drupal.
I love this.
But I don't know because I'm not finding anything on that.
Is there a chance that that is a word that you have created just now?
100%. 100%. Wait, droop. Droop is a fruit.
Droop is
a fruit.
Droop is a fruit, and the tongue was a muscle.
Droops are single seed fleshy fruits such as cherries, peaches.
All right.
So I was a little off, but give me a break. It's been a while since I've been in school.
No, that's fine. You're doing great.
And I did graduate from the Fruit Academy. Not many people know about that, so I did study fruits.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's like I said, I've forgotten a lot of it.
Would you say it was a peach of a roll?
It was most definitely a peach of a roll.
Let's go through some more fruits. What other kind of fruits?
An apple of a roll?
I like that. I've never heard that before, so I like it.
Yeah. Maybe a grape of a roll.
One of the grape rolls.
One of the grape rolls.
If you hit that P soft, it sounds like great, but everyone knows you're saying it was a grape roll.
It was a great roll.
That's a fun game that people should start doing. Say the word grape instead of great. It was a great script. But don't hit the P too hard, and the person will think you've said great, but you had a fun little game with yourself that you said grape. What did you think of my script?
Patrick, you are great at not taking naps.
Patrick, I think you're a great producer.
Now, hang on, George. This is actually a big thing that someone pointed out in the chat, and I really want to.
Let's not do a big thing badly, Patrick.
On Wikipedia, there is a page for the Pomadroop fruit. Jackie, this is the Star Wars Wikipedia.
There you go.
There you go.
So George has written droops into his scripts.
That's right.
Yeah.
What other kind of fruit roll could it be?
Could it be a fruit roll up?
Could be. I like that.
Fruit roll up, I think.
I think Watto has cracked the mystery of what I'm doing. Or are you baffled, Watto?
Do you want me to do it?
No, Watto. I want Jackie to do it.
I think I figured out both what you want Jackie to say and what you will do immediately after Jackie says it.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I think I may have also spoiled it, and I think I just got it, too.
Not in a sinister way. Jackie, sometimes we like to take a very long walk to a punchline on this show.
Yeah,
I feel like George is looking for you to alley-oop him for the punchline, but he's really hanging you out to dry without very much guidance in terms of what he's looking for. Yeah. Even now that he's narrowed it down to fruit, I still feel like it is a big ask to expect you to say the exact combination of words I believe he's striving for.
George, can you give a little bit of a hint?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I think we're doing great because it's about the journey, not the destination.
I know, but
I great or grape?
What?
Did you say we're doing great or doing grape?
I think we're doing great. I think that Patrick Connor is a great producer.
Which one was it?
I think he's a great producer. I think you are great at producing this show.
Yeah.
Can I assist Jackie for a second without giving it away?
This feels really, I'm sorry, this feels really like triggering, like not getting picked in middle school, like for the softball team or something. Like, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I feel unsafe. I feel unsafe right now. And
safe.
I got it.
100% safe, Jackie.
Jackie, that's how I feel all the time on this stream.
This is Patrick's life. Jackie, here's what I will say to you. I believe through my art of deduction and knowing this man as well as I do, that he wants you to say it was a blank roll. that there's a specific fruit in that exact sentence structure, and it is a fruit that I would say is closer to being in the Droop family.
And is this a pun?
It is a phrase that people use. It is an actual phrase that people use. It's not like some weird, you say it's a strawberry roll.
Wait, that's it? That's all you want?
That's my guess.
That's not what I thought it was.
What did you think it was, Patrick?
No, you do what you got to do, and then maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Patrick, I want to know what you think I was going to do.
I missed the beginning part of the Droop conversation.
Yeah, big surprise. How was your nap?
It wasn't a nap. I was getting a burrito. I thought you wanted her to do a Shoop parody with Droop and say like Droop the fruit. That's what I thought you were trying to go to say.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We have hours to go.
I'm looking at lists of fruits. And like, I really am still not understanding, but sometimes this happens, you know, like I said, I wasn't on a Harold team. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
But Jackie, I have you, there's nothing that you should have guessed. I'm taking such a long walk around this pier.
This is Billy Lynn's long halftime walk.
You're allowed to take walks on the pier. Like you're allowed to do that.
But he's putting the pressure on you. That's what I don't like here, Jackie. And it's making you feel victimized. I don't like it.
No pressure.
I don't know, to be honest.
Because I like the places that we landed at. I like the idea that it was a fruit roll up.
Mhm.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, but not as good as whatever you're trying to get me to pick up, buddy.
Oh, Jackie, I assure you what I have is not good.
It will not be good.
When we arrived there...
Watto, you know what it is?
I think Watto knows.
I just threw art of deduction. I know this, man. I know the type of jokes.
But do you know what the fruit is?
For a fact, no. I'm 99% certain. Can I give you another hint?
I would love one, but that's a question for old Georgie.
I'm going to give it to you. Jackie, if you're looking at lists of fruits, I believe the fruit he's looking for is of the subgenus Prunus.
Can we just say it?
Patrick, what kind of producing is that?
Well, you know what? I'll say this. Hang on. Yeah. We have a guest who's coming on for the next episode.
Oh, so
I'm going to bring him on.
You want to wrap this bit up?
Well, yeah, but maybe he can help us out.
All right.
We have two guests, but I have one here right now. I'm going to bring him on. He worked a lot on the show. I believe he's been brought up a lot. He has the story credit on this next episode, and he was an assistant in the writers. Please welcome Jack Udowitz.
Jack. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I actually don't have a story credit on this one.
I thought you did. I thought you were on part 2.
KNR part 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault.
That's okay.
Patrick was too busy criticizing me to do his job well. But but I want to assure you, he is a great producer.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, he does a great job.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah. I'm just excited about hearing more about this fruit.
Yeah.
Jack, can you help me, please?
Sure.
Do you know what's going on?
The Droop.
Here, hang on, George Watto. Let's start this episode just so we don't get too far behind.
I think I'm already started.
Okay.
Oh, where's Ian?
I'm not sure. I'm going to email him right now.
That's a fun tease.
Here,
okay. That works better. Oh, he's here. Oh, great. He's down there. Let me bring him in. Ian Rypock's here. There he is.
Hey.
Hello.
What's up? How are you?
Hey, Ian.
Hey, Jack.
Ian, we're going to start this next episode, and then we have to get to the bottom of something.
Right.
And then I'm going to leave. But before I go, I need to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to press play in one.
Right. Oh, wait. Okay, 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah. No, all good.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
All right.
Jackie.
Yes.
George, can we just give her a hint? I know she has an out and she has to go. So let's give her
He said prune, but I still don't understand what prune roll is.
The prune subgenus. That is the category of fruit it's under. If you went to prunus on Wikipedia, I think you will figure out the answer very quickly.
Okay.
Jackie.
Let me see. Give me a minute. I don't want to listen.
Stay on target.
Once again, Jackie, this is not your failing. This is absolutely the failing of George Lucas directing you on a long walk without a clear map.
Jack, Ian, tell us how you got involved with Studio 60.
Jack did it the hard way. Why don't you start, Jack?
No, you go ahead, Ian.
Jack will tell you his side. I'm just going to recap real quick, but Jack basically worked for it. I did it the traditional way, which is I was a good friend of the right person. So at the time, Aaron Sorkin's and still longtime, lifetime personal assistant, Lauren was a good friend of mine since college, and TV writing had long been in my something I wanted to aspire to, but I never wanted to struggle at it because it's just not in my DNA. So I had a completely other career happening, but then when I heard about this show starting, I begged Lauren to somehow be involved in some way. I didn't even know the writer's assistant was a position and a job in a TV show. And from her, she vouched for me, and basically I got onto the show. So I did nothing other than ask very politely. Jack, you'll hear, worked his ass off to do it, which was dumb. All he had to do was make the right friends.
Now, Jack, before you tell us your story, Jackie, have you figured it out?
I figured it out, but just so I know, y'all know, it's plum roll.
Yeah.
I have never heard that phrase in my life.
Jackie, and I apologize. I just really wanted to eat this plum.
You know what? I've never heard that in my life. I've never heard that phrase.
Jackie, absolutely not your fault. It is not like it is the most popular phrase in the world. Also, I want to underline that entire walk was because George likes to eat fruit on camera, and he looks for good lob-ups for some sort of fun to trigger him eating a fruit. He was just holding a plum off camera, out of frame for 20 minutes while making you do all the work. And I don't like it.
I could have told y'all about being in the transpo van with Sarah Paulson, but instead I had to sit here and play your little mind games.
Oh no!
You wasted Jackie's time, and you wasted everyone's time, George.
Jackie about her UGG boots and how we had the same UGG boots on. She gave me advice. She gave me career advice. None of that. You're not getting any of that.
Wow. Jackie, before you go, I do want to ask you to do one thing. We have everyone who comes on wave goodnight like they're at the end of SNL or the end of Studio 60. Okay. Can you do that for us?
Of course.
Go ahead. Amazing.
Very good.
Amazing.
This is good. Oh. Jackie, thank you for coming on.
Jackie, thank you so much. Everyone should listen to the Natch Butte podcast. Jackie's podcast, Natch Butte rules.
Yeah.
Watto, you're the best.
Yeah, you're the best.
Y'all have fun.
Thank you,
Jackie. Get ready for my big scene.
We're excited.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye, Jackie.
George, I'm sorry. We'll get back on track in a second. Jack and Ian. George, you fucked up so badly. Jackie was holding a transpo van Sarah Paulson anecdote in her back pocket, and you made her do a 15-minute walk so that you could eat a plum.
Can I tell you the worst part? It's actually a terrible plum. I can't finish
it. George, you fucked up, George.
Everybody makes mistakes. Look, I did a big thing badly.
You did the very thing you've been saying all day you don't want to do.
All right. Jack, I would love to hear your story, and I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this bit.
I'm tired of it too. It's crazy.
It is. It's a pretty. I moved out here from Ohio, and I was working nights at a grocery store. and trying to get an application in somewhere. And like one of the customers was working late nights on a script, and we started talking about script and everything. And then she said, how would you like an internship, you know, at a TV show? And I said, absolutely. You know, I'm trying, because I had been 4 months and couldn't even get an interview. George, I tried with you too. Like you just wouldn't, I think you're close to retirement, you know?
George.
But then she brought me in. It was on The West Wing with Mindy Kanaski.
Yeah.
Which I think might show up.
Hey, no spoilers.
No
spoilers. No spoilers.
Who's amazing and took me on as an intern, then hired me as her assistant. And then when Studio 60 started up, she actually was like one of the first people to start on it. And she came to me and asked me if I wanted to be a part of it in production. And I said, actually, I want to be a writer, but I had never told anyone that. And then so I met with Aaron. We talked for like half an hour, and then he hired me. And then, yeah, not that complicated.
Wow. It's a good story, though.
I went from intern to PA to production assistant, or assistant, and then worked with Mindy. Yeah. And then came on as a writing assistant.
Now, Jack, I have a picture to show you that got sent to me.
Is it from John Wan?
It's from John Wan.
I love John Wan.
We got Jack. We got Jack right here.
Yeah.
Now, what room is this that you're in?
That's the fake writer's room on Studio 60.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yeah,
it's because it's lit differently that I didn't recognize it.
Our writer's room was just all dry erase boards and looked pristine because Ian and I had to scrub it down every day.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Tell us, a question we've been asking people is like, when you think of Studio 60, what is the one thing you guys think of?
Ian.
What's the one thing? Well, listen, Studio 60 for me was a lot of first. I didn't realize the size of I didn't realize the massive thing I was stepping into. I didn't understand what a Sorkin show was. And it was because of Jack. Jack was my first teacher in that room. And he taught me how to appreciate where I was. And I don't mean just how to appreciate doing a good job. I mean how to appreciate the level of writing that was happening. And I honestly, I was a fan of Aaron's work, but I didn't understand from a true skilled craftsman's perspective what it was he was doing. And Jack was able to give me that lesson over a few months. And suddenly I realized in how what I was really involved in. And to that's what I remember from it is that I had two epiphanies. One is, oh my God, my first day here, I'm on a TV show. And then the second one was realizing, my God, I'm on an Aaron Sorkin TV show. So that's my life lesson takeaway from it. So I thank Jack very much for that.
Ian and I worked like hand in hand. Basically, we'd be there at 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Turn on everybody's computers, all the lights, make coffee, stock the fridge, like do everything and make sure everybody's settled, then start doing research until people came in. And then we were there after everyone left to turn off all the lights. And but like a lot of times Aaron would show up early, so it'd just be like me and Aaron, or Ian and Aaron, or the three of us. And that was like probably, I think, my biggest takeaway was just all that time on with Aaron, just being taught from probably the greatest writer of our generation, and just like
I was going to say, sorry, Jack, but like a great thing about being on Aaron's show, especially as a writer's assistant, is an Aaron Sorkin room there's two sides to an Aaron Sorkin room. There's Aaron Sorkin, and there's everyone who's not Aaron Sorkin. And so as writer's assistants, Jack and I were just as much a part of the process with extra work. And he was and it was so incredible to hear, during a writer's room, when Jack and I are sitting up against the wall because we're not allowed to sit at the table, that he would be talking to the writers, and then he would turn to us and say, Jack, what you have any pitches you've come up with? You know, what let's hear what you have. And that was incredible. And that was another lucky thing to be able to it's funny because, you know, we were literally 2 feet away from the table, and yet jumping that gap is monstrous, symbolically. But Aaron didn't see that gap. He respected us and treated us incredibly welcomely, and especially for a job that most people would consider an opportunity to haze. He instead made us part of the process. So.
Yeah, I think like we had a better experience than all the writers because like we were in an observation, but we weren't on the front lines, you know? Sure. So like when they had a pitch, you know, like they're like thinking in their head, because I think almost every writer on staff, aside from like McKinney, Mark Goffman, David Handelman, Eli Addy, Rob Edwards, everyone else, it was their first writing gig in television. And so like they had to learn how to do that and how to pitch. And so I mean, like they were like kind of like, if this pitch doesn't work, I don't have a job tomorrow. And like we're like, if this pitch works, this is awesome. You know, it's just it's kind of like it's like an opportunity of fun.
Do you guys remember any pitches you did give that didn't end up going?
No, I think all ours went. Pretty sure. we didn't pitch that much. So when we did, like we would break it off each other. Like we didn't pitch whole episodes. We would just pitch. Like, so for instance, the start of this episode, Aaron asked, how does Danny and Jordan get down from the roof? And I had a list of 10 ways for them to get down the roof. And like one was putting a cell phone and broom to try to get an extra bar. And the other one was throwing a Hydra rock at a homeless man to try to get his attention. And like, I think there was like 3 that didn't make it, but like, you know, he just took it. And then like, one of the things I did was that she wrote a message with her eyeliner on a Hydra rock. And then I'm like, oh, I kind of like that one, you know, like, and it didn't get used. And then he used it for, of course, the ending with the magic moment with Jordan.
Yeah.
And like, you know, and like, it's so exciting because like when you see that, like you pitch something and then it's like kind of like, you know, like a nice little piece, and then he gives it back and it's like Mozart, you know, and you're like, whoa.
Oh, Jack, we have someone in the comments, Mindy Can, saying,
I know exactly how she says that too.
So when you guys did the story for K&R Part 2, which is the middle part of I mean, George, I don't want to steal your word, but a trilogy.
Yeah.
A trilogy with a prequel and a sequel, really, because that last 5 episodes, there's a trilogy in the middle of what is essentially a 5-parter.
Yeah. That came about for a couple of reasons. Like one was Kevin Riley said, I love Studio 60. It's one of the best shows. And I could be wrong on all this, you know, only Aaron could really tell. I just know what he said, you know, to us. Yeah. And Kevin Riley said, we need a couple things. One, we need Tom's brother to be in trouble. You know, we need a big emotional dramatic thing.
Yeah.
And the second thing we need is what was it? The Jordan pregnancy problem, because we weren't going to have Amanda Peet because she was actually pregnant. So we had to figure out a way to get her out. So like that was the 2 big beats. And I don't know if Ian remembers, so I might pitch it bad, but I think the original of this whole 5-story arc and everything was that it was a conversation we had about Nirvana and Strokes being guest stars on Saturday Night Live. And Nirvana was the guest star of Saturday Night Live right before they sold like 1 million records, went platinum or anything. And when they went out to play, they just destroyed the set. And like, we're just like, you see all that like fear and anger inside them, you know, in this performance.
Yeah.
And the other band that I thought was interesting was 10 years later was the Strokes. And that was like right after 9/11. And they were set to be the guest after 9/11. And so when they went on, there's 2 things. One, they're supposed to be the guest, and like it was going to be right before their album comes out, right? But because 9/11 got delayed, and then got delayed because of the bombing of Baghdad. And so then what happened was they went out and they just announced to them, by the way, you didn't sell a lot of records. Rolling Stone named you as Band of the Year, but you're not doing well. And like when you see them play like their first bit, you can see like this kind of like confusion and like just like hiding this emotion deep down inside them. And so like we pitched that to Aaron, like kind of doing that like 10 years ago. There was this band, now they're coming back and they're not the same. They didn't amount to the fame they would have and everything. And then that got them triggering about talking about the Emmys and like that. And that like with Aaron, you don't have to sit here and go, here's A, B, and C, and here's the movie, here's the show. What you have to do is you have to inspire him to write. And like if you can just listen to what he's excited about and what he likes and everything, and like, you know, I mean, Ian's done this a lot longer with him than me, but I mean, like, I think a lot of it is just like triggering him into a way of like being excited to write something, because he'll write an episode in a day, you know, if you hit the right buttons.
There's so many arts that you have to master in that room. You have to understand what a story is, and a story from the perspective of the structure of a story. Then you have to learn how to pitch a story, because pitching a story is not the same as writing a story. And then you have to learn to pitch it the way Aaron can hear it. And that is your job, and that's your job in the writer's room, is not to pitch your story, it's to pitch the story Aaron wants to hear. And there is a way, there are things he's listening for certain. I don't want to be speaking for him in any sense. This is from what I've learned. He's listening for certain things as you're pitching, and you can tell the most riveting story in the world that if you were to sit around a campfire and tell people, they would have their jaws on the floor. But it doesn't check off those. If it doesn't check the boxes of what makes for good writing, it falls on deaf ears.
By the way, I was listening when Mark McKinney and Cinque were on, and I know the sketch they were talking about that never went, or the story. It's remember this one, Ian? Jeannie lost her glasses.
Okay.
There's like this episode where the beats were this: Jeannie's backstage at her party. She can't find her glasses. She had them for this character. She nailed it. It's the best spot. It's going to be her spot to be the number 4. And she's all excited, and she can't find it. And she asks, like, she's going through all these different things, through props, through like everything. And then finally, Cal takes her up to the control room, and they say, maybe you left them behind somewhere, and we can find it. So then they watch the tape of it, and then he goes, you never wore the glasses in the scene. It was all on you the whole time.
Great.
And Aaron just listened and he goes, I don't think that's right, you know, and then just ignored it. And then next week we're pitching an episode. Somebody else pitches it, you know, and he just goes, no, I don't think that's the right one. And then the next week somebody pitches it, and then he goes, look, I'm not going to do shows for the, you know, I'm only doing shows for the top 5 on the call sheet. You know, you got to base the episodes around them, you know.
Sure.
And have the other people be part of that, and he can have their story come out, but make sure that, you know, we have Matthew Perry, Bradley Whitford, Amanda Peet, Steven Weber, like we have all these guys, you know, like the top 5. We got to satisfy them and have everybody's stories wrap into that, you know.
So you guys had your own big 3, which is
for our cast.
Yeah, I mean that's what they call DL and Sarah and Nate.
Yeah, Aaron writes ensemble work for TV, and they all need to be fed every episode.
Sure.
But the great thing that it does is he always gives moments to every single character on it. You know, I mean, like if you go back to the West Wing, when there's just like the moment with Margaret, Leo's assistant, is typing a document like this, and she says, "Oh, you told this person, you told Donna to type faster." You know, and then he just says like, "Oh, then you're gonna be out," and then she types fast. But I mean, like, there's little moments that give, like, he always treated every single person on it with respect and with love. You know, like for the characters, you know, like
It's interesting that he rejected the glasses pitch, and then I don't know at what point in the season that was being pitched, but essentially what happened with the glasses is the thing that ends up in the Friday Night Slaughter episode in the I don't want to spoil that ending for people who haven't seen it. So if you haven't gotten to that episode,
I haven't seen it. This is a good way to watch it.
but in a way, you know what I'm talking about. In a way, the idea of what we thought, what one person thought was really not the case. Those glasses essentially evolved into Tim Batali.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That whole Friday Night Slaughter's treat of a show.
Yeah, that is a fun one.
Yeah, that came out because Mark McKinney pitched them what the Friday Night Slaughter is, like how everybody would just sit there and wait for it, and then it just the whole room just gets going, in pitching ideas and thinking about it.
I should show a video because I feel like you guys will appreciate this. We have a video from Nada Parang Disney Now. She sent a video in. Let me bring.
Hi, George, Watto, and Patrick. It's Nada Disney. I was a costumer on Studio 60. My maiden name is Parang, which is what I was then. I dressed the background artists, the extras exclusively, and I did all the continuity. There are hundreds of them. And there was one extra who hated the costumes I put her in every morning. And by lunch, she would switch back into her regular clothes. I would have to catch her every morning and put her back into the costume for continuity. And one day I didn't catch her, and there's a scene where you can see her cross behind the principals in one outfit, and almost immediately you see her milling about in another outfit. So look for it. I hope you don't find it. It's haunted me. And she was a worthy opponent, and she won. Also, I have my wrap gift, which is a beautiful leather carry-on right here with a Studio 60 logo embossed on it, and I've never used it. Look, it has all the original dust. It would be great if you bid on it and help support Broadway Cares, because it's time to show up for our friends. And that's it. Thanks for having me, and I'll see you again soon.
Wow.
I have to say,
I do remember that extra.
Our viewers are rushing to IMDb to submit that to the goofs section.
Yeah.
He just gave us a real goof.
It's now more significant than you think. It's the reason the show was canceled.
No.
So let's auction this off. Okay, Marvin Hamlish, 1517 says, I'm in for $150. You know what I'm gonna say? Or for $100. I'm gonna say I'm in for $150. So if anyone wants the top 150, here we go. Bring it in.
Now, do you have a bag?
Yeah.
Jack, let's see it. Let's get the
bag. Let's get that good look at that bag. Oh. But you're never, Jack, you're never parting with that bag, are you?
Nope.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay.
It's all levels.
Jack, let me ask you this though. You got one of these babies?
You got one of these.
What is that?
It's a wouldn't you like? It's a popcorn bag from Studio 60.
Okay, here we go. Pete from New Hampshire.
These babies?
No, we don't.
No. No.
Hang on. Pete from New Hampshire.
Talk about inside baseball.
Pete from New Hampshire says 200. I'm going to say 225. If anyone wants to up 225. No. Ooh, now we're talking.
Jack, be careful. If Patrick finds out where you live, you're going to find yourself heisted Ocean's 11 style by Patrick.
I'll tell you what, if you guys give me, I can do 9 of these. I have an old West Wing, bucklet, or 9 of these left over. I went through all my stuff, and I have
225.01, 250.
Grift.
Whoa!
Wow.
From the West Wing. I can do 9 of them. They're not actually autographed by the cast.
They're
reproductions. Oh, dang.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that.
Now, you can double confirm for us the spelling of Wes Mandell. Were you our source earlier on the spelling of Wes Mandell?
Oh, that was me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for that. What do you? How do you explain the fact that there are 4 different spellings Patrick found for Wes Mandell?
You want to hear an interesting story about?
Yeah, let's give a time. Let's give a time on this bidding. What time do we want to say? We have 2:50:02, 2:75. Go ahead, guys. Keep going.
I was going to say that just the. This is a newsroom story, but it speaks to the same point, of which is using the internet to get information. And this became a storyline in the newsroom. But during the newsroom, when we were writing, and someone had created a Wikipedia page about the show before it started to air, and there were errors in the page about characters and their names and any story that had been written about them, and Aaron wanted it corrected. So I went on Wikipedia and changed it. And an hour later, it had changed back. I did it again, and it had changed back. And then I wrote an email to who was the coordinating that page, the administrator of that page, and I explained to them, listen, I'm sitting in the writers' room with Aaron Sorkin and the other writers, and I'm telling you that what you have is incorrect. And then we had Aaron we took a picture of Aaron with the newspaper, with the date, and we sent it to them, and we said, you're not going to get a better source on this information than this. And Wikipedia's reply was, we don't take information directly from the source.
That's crazy.
They said, if you can get those facts that you want corrected, if you could get those facts printed in any other publication, meaning somebody's website that is the pajama person in the basement.
Yeah.
And then we can, if we're able to then cite that website, then we'll change our facts. I think that points to why you couldn't find the right spelling.
Yeah.
By the way, because Ian and I, we started on the pilot, we started, and then we started a room with was it 6 writers? It was, and then to start getting a head start on the season before we were even ahead of an official pickup. And we were already done with Nevada Day before our official pickup. And, but the hype around the show was nothing I've ever seen. I don't think there will be any hype like this ever again, because the pilot was leaked and everybody had already read it before we even started day 1 of shooting. And they're like, that's not how I imagined it, right away. And then what was it? We were getting gifts when the writer's room before we were even done shooting. Remember the Victoria's Secret box? Ian?
I don't. Yes, I'm sure.
There was a box with 50 different pairs of lingerie, and just in toys and everything says for your inspiration in case you want to put us in your show. Red Bull called me up once and said, whatever Red Bull you want, you got. And they used to just deliver 20 cases a week for free to the set and gave us a bunch of fridges. And it was just everybody was just sending us free stuff all the time. And it was, I'm like, whoa, this is the weirdest experience ever.
Yeah. Now, Jack, I should ask about these signs behind you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is from the years, so it's backwards for me, but that's the 4 more years from Jed Bartlett.
Yeah.
The America Decides sign right here is from when we did the live episode of the West Wing.
Oh, yeah.
This is one that the art department made for me. It's, if you look at the opposition research that Bradley Whitford directed, it's behind Jimmy Smith's head when he did it. At the top, the Guard Your Card, that's after 9/11. And that poster was actually hanging inside the Warner Brothers, the West Wing AD office for all years. They put that up right after 9/11. They had them all over the lot. And then the other sign is the original set drawing from Studio 7 or Studio 60 on Sunset Strip by Carlos Barbosa.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I loved it so much he gave it to me. And then I have my Santos for President mug.
I mean, listen, it's a great mug, but is it an NDS
Oh, I don't have anything from Studio 60. And then, like a lot of this is West Wing stuff.
Yeah.
I have hats. Oh, I have my hoodie.
Yeah, I have to confess, Jack, when you first came on the stream, I think you're...
Ooh.
That's so nice. When you first came on the stream, I think your shoulder was blocking the Jed Bartlett, and I got a terrified feeling in my gut when I saw it. Oh, no, what have we done?
Oh, I have this, my blanket. I never opened it because it's signed by Alex Crispiniano.
That's great.
I'll probably open it tonight.
That looks soft.
Tonight's the night.
And then Studio 60 hats.
Oh, man.
Aaron was very generous and gave us swag all the time. Like, it's the hat.
Oh, I have that one still.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
This one I wore way too much. It's like all sweaty, but
No, that just means it has history.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to bring my softball. I brought.
Here's something I stole from Aaron's desk.
You took.
You can see. Wait, I don't know if you can see the inscription. There it is.
Yes. Or wait. Yeah.
Oh, AS.
AS.
Didn't he used to keep cigarettes in there?
Did he keep cigarettes? You know what? I don't think he ever used it.
Oh, you have like a box like that. Oh, so I have old pictures.
Aaron Sorkin's trash is
your treasure.
Some of the finest pieces of merchandise in the world.
This is the writing staff for I think round 2. It's like Mark Goffman's birthday, I think.
Oh, wow.
David, Mark, Sinke, Goffman, Eli, Melissa, Amy, Dana, David Handelman, and Christina.
That's great.
Yeah, and then I have this one. This was actually really exciting. Fisher. She's on the show.
Yeah, she was hosting during the final sequence of episodes, right?
Yeah, she was the host. Oh, and like my favorite story of Studio 60 was I had just done 3 years in the West Wing, and they're shooting the final scene of the West Wing. And so Aaron and Tommy were going, and I was on set, and Aaron grabbed me. He said, "Come with us." And so then he took us over. Were you with us, Ian? I think you went with us too, right?
I'll see if I was. Probably.
We watched the very final shot of the West Wing, which is with Martin Sheen.
Oh no, I wasn't. The one where he was an extra in the crowd.
No. It's when Bartlett says goodbye to everybody, and so like I have like.
No, I'm sorry. I was getting everyone food.
Oh, those are great.
Oh.
That was like the final. Yeah, it was really funny because like we came off from. I left West Wing 3 months before it ended, and then went to Studio 60, and like and it's like somebody told me at that time like you'll never be on a show that can go 7 years ever and again in your life. And, you know? And then when Studio 60 ended, they're like, shows don't go 7 years. You'll never be on a show like that. And then I went on CSI for 8 years. Yeah, I spoiled.
Here's a question, because you were around for all of it. Do you remember any plots that they were planning on getting to, but obviously did not? Were there any season 2 plans? People are having trouble remembering if they knew any season 2 plans.
We knew. We knew. I remember knowing that no one ever was. I mean, I think Jack and I may have known before the other writers knew. So there may have been writers saying, "Should we start thinking about season 2?" And our non-disclosure response was, that sounds like it can't hurt.
Yeah.
But we knew well before we had to think about season 2 that there wasn't going to be a season 2.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. Which was sucked because he told us and then told us he was going to promote us to writing staff. Yeah.
He likes to point out that we would have been executive producers by season 4.
Yep.
Think about where you would be today.
Right.
If it was still on.
Probably still here. They actually have this kind of cool, all the writing room notes.
Oh, wow.
Like the whole season. Because I didn't have a laptop.
Do you still have, Jack, I still have every single memo, every single everything that we had. I kind of created an intranet for just our writer's room. And so I still have everything digitally.
Ian
well organized.
was prepared. He had a laptop and everything. I had to handwrite everything, then sit at my desk and type it up and like send it out to everyone. But
Jack, can you flip to a random page and read us something off of that book?
no, it's going to actually be to page 1.
Let's
and
do
read
it.
you the first thing he said to the writing staff. Said writing is yacht racing. Anything that makes a sailboat go faster makes it less stable. About TV, the two things are in opposition is how to do it good and how to do it fast. And then he says, my style is I tend to write fairly romantically and idealistically. First and foremost work, anything can happen, but dedicated to the show, a group of extremely committed people. And that was like the marching orders from the beginning. Wow. To go through all of this.
Yeah, I have. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry. I had a few of those notes. Like, now I can't find it. Keep talking. Oh, here we go. Yeah, he always liked to see what's going to happen 5 minutes before and 5 minutes after what we would normally see on TV, which was the same thing he enjoyed doing on The West Wing. The most expensive thing in television are executive producers you can't control. Doing the show itself can be an obstacle into getting something else done. Yeah, they're the rules that Aaron has for everything. He writes, which is get to conflict, get to two people in a room disagreeing about something, and if there's enough juice for them to disagree for a while with the best form of the argument on both sides, that's what he needs to feel happy, and when he feels happy, he writes the way he writes. So.
Yeah,
I have a fun tidbit that nobody knows about the show except for maybe 3 or 4 people. This is actually the script for the first live episode. Yeah, you can see Ian and I wrote an entire actual Saturday Night Live script with all the breakdowns and all the room for writing for all the positions. And then we did an entire hour-and-a-half show for every live episode we did, or every one we did.
So you would write like the one that Wes Mandell interrupts. Did you have a script for what that whole live episode was going to be?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like
there's an incredible amount of as I remember when the show started and all the writers were in, and especially when Mark McKinney came in, no one was quite sure what we should be doing. Right. And for a while, for the first week or so, I remember Mark McKinney was running it, would run several of the hours like we were on a sketch show and we were writing sketches and we were staying there late running it and there were some fantastic sketches. Some very funny ones, and it was like that was the closest, because my dream up until that point had been being a writer on SNL, and so I like to pretend that that's what I was doing. I was sitting with Mark McKinney, who was a writer. We were sitting with a writer from SNL. So at that beginning, there was a lot of time and a lot of smart minds put into writing sketches, and there's some that, for lots of reasons, couldn't be on the show, but they would have been.
I was so sad with McKinney from me.
That is truly wild. Wow. I feel like that might be the biggest scoop we've gotten on this.
Right.
We've gotten a lot of scoops.
What's that?
Yeah.
The fact that you wrote full live episodes.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit bigger because you have the board. We would do for different times in the day, and then we'd have all the sketch names. And then Ian and I would write probably like 40 sketches. I think we only had to do it like 5 times, but we'd write entire episodes. But literally, we'd write like 8 sketches just because nobody ever read it. And then we'd have whatever was in the script, we'd incorporate it so that they could have that page.
Because sometimes there'd be guest hosts or musical guests in the world of the show, and sometimes you'd see them, and sometimes they just say, "And now Gwen Stefani," and you wouldn't see Gwen Stefani. Were there hosts and musical guests that got written down, but that never got featured in a script? Like, were there ever, you'd have an episode and there would never be a point where it would be mentioned, but you have a piece of paper that says that band was the musical guest?
Oh yeah, we had a musical guest and a host for every episode. We had figured out.
Yeah.
But I mean, like a lot of times we were trying to get people, like so Aaron. One of the cool things, they would just send them Ticketmaster tickets, like all the local bands. So like I went front row to see Matsuyama, Karen Belly Ray, and like a lot of these like huge 3-6 Mafia and stuff. Like right when they're like starting out or anything, and like we would go. You just go, Ian, do you want to go into the Greek? You know, like, because he can't make it to all these, and we'd go to all these concerts, and like it was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
and like we try to look ahead at like what movies were coming out, who has an album coming out, and we'd write to like the music company and ask them if we could listen to the album before it comes out. And like, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it basically stemmed from the set dressers and they. You know, they wanted to have stuff up on the boards.
Yeah.
They didn't want them empty. And Aaron, as involved as he is on every single piece of a TV show or anything he does, really cares about what's up there, even though you'll probably see it half a second in a quarter shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he would say, make a whole board, come up with a bunch of gestures, come up with a bunch of titles. You're gonna run them by me. We're gonna see what they look like. There was no detail was left for chance with Aaron.
Yeah.
So all of that had to be filled up.
Just got this tweet in.
Elizabeth Barnes. Hey, Elizabeth.
Yeah, Jack and Ian made it happen.
Hi, Liz.
Now, guys, this episode is wrapping up, and I want you guys to do what we've been having everybody do.
Oh, yeah.
Now, at the end of this, we're going to be remaking the credits to be like a Studio 60 or SNL credits, and we need you to wave. We need you to say hi to people, to do whatever you want to do to wrap up your show.
Okay.
There we go. That was good.
It's a natural.
This is good. We love it.
Wonderful.
Ian is an actor.
That is good.
Now, do you guys think in the world of Studio 60, have they been doing Studio 60 at home during 2020? Have they been doing remote episodes?
Great question.
Oh yeah.
Incredible question.
Studio 60 has it's Studio 60 decided because SNL went so political.
Mm-hmm.
Studio 60 picked up the slack and went in a different direction.
Sure.
And Studio 60 won a Nobel Prize.
Wow.
Yep. A Nobel, a Peabody.
This is great IMDb trivia. This is good.
Where the Man and Danny's film wins an Oscar, and then they get like an offer to leave the show and do like another feature and everything, like do Star Wars or something.
Wow, George.
Like the real, like episode 7.
Yeah. So did their Tesla film get made, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as did the UN episode. What was the the UN show? That thing took off.
Nation.
Yeah, was surprisingly popular among the preteen set. But had enough of a following that it went 10 seasons.
So, guys, to wrap up, because it's about to hit credits, final thoughts on Studio 60.
To this day, it's probably the greatest show I ever worked on. It should have gone longer, and it would have been, I think it would have been a huge piece if it was given a chance.
Yeah,
that's great.
Studio 60 it was a big loss that it's gone. I've never met anyone who's watched it who didn't love it, and I'm thankful that I got to be there. I'm thankful that I got to be there with Jack.
And Ian and I have been friends. We talk to each other every 2 weeks for the past 15 years.
That's awesome.
Like we've been at each other's weddings, and like
that's a friendship.
I met one of my best friends there.
Oh.
You guys are the real Matt and Danny. You're the real Matt and Danny here.
The assistant production coordinator was my roommate too on the show, so
there you go.
We've been friends forever.
Been so nice having you with us. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys, for having us. This is awesome.
Thank you, guys. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Bye.
Yeah.
And Jack, we want to read those sketches.
Oh, they're horrible.
Doesn't matter. Thank you, guys.
Bye.
Patrick, I know we're running behind. We have a guest waiting, but we got to bring that that spreadsheet up because I feel like donations have slowed down, and also I feel like Watto needs caffeine, something fierce. I'm looking for permission to drink another Red Bull.
We are at 644393, which is very close. I think we can get that Red Bull in the next 5 minutes, Watto.
Right.
I think we want Careless Whisper and Red Bull. We want me chugging a Red Bull while George sings Careless Whisper.
Yes. And I'm going to bring our next...
finish that off with a round of dolphin voices. Yeah. But boy, I saw in the private chat who's coming in next, and I think people are going to be very excited.
All right, guys. So our next episode, the Friday Night Slaughter, it's a big flashback episode, and you get to meet one of the old head writers for Studio 60, the former head writers.
Yes.
We meet a guy named Joe, and I'm going to bring him on right now. Please welcome Stephen Tobolowsky to the stream.
Tobo!
Wait, I'm trying to imitate that closing credit thing.
Well, if you want to do it now or you want to do it later, we can save it.
I'm practicing for my better ones. I'll practice the secondary waves now, and I'll
let him do a couple dry runs. When Tobo's ready, he'll let us know.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. Okay, good. Let's start this episode because I want to talk about it. We're gonna press play. Let us know when you're all ready.
Should I press play over here, or do I?
Yeah, I'll count down from 3. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, and then just perfect.
Tobo, Mark McKinney was with us earlier, and he was saying one of the great pleasures of this Zoom world we now live in is being able to look at other people's books. And you got an amazing book backdrop right now. This is an ideal Zoom setup you have.
And I was one of the first people with books in the background.
Yep.
After I did the fake books in the background, all the people on the news shows do fake books in the background.
It's great what you said. You're proving the point I was trying to make. The books don't have to be real. It's just about having the illusion of books is all that matters.
Now, the truth of the matter is, Watto, the truth of the matter is that my wife and I never left sophomore year of college. So we have 4,000 books. And so my wife categorized every one of these books. It took her 2 years to do it. And so she has a library program with all of these books categorized. So you see this book back here that's sideways up on the shelf?
Yes.
That's its place. It says, if you go into our card catalog, that will be the book of Hebrew verbs, which is a book that's way too big.
This sideways
book of Hebrew verbs has to be horizontal on top of the transliteration of the Torahs.
You're telling me there are no mistakes in the Tobolowsky library. Everything is exactly where it's meant to be.
I'm sure. That's what my wife thinks. The problem is that when you take a book down, you have to remember the exact spot it goes back again.
Yeah.
Now, this is a huge question. I could talk just about this for an hour. But is the system computerized? Is it on note cards? Is it in her head? What computers?
It is on a library program, like you would, like a Dewey Decimal program, like that real librarians have, and it took her 2. I did this, right? 2 years to put all of the books in. I mean, that's crazy. But this is just the room that has philosophy and theater. Like we have another room with a ladder in it, with books that go to the ceiling that are travel books and books in French and she speaks French a little bit. Books on mushrooms and children's books, and it's just crazy.
But separate room. Your rooms are themed around the books, or the books are themed around the rooms.
Yeah, we have the rule now that no one in this household can buy another book unless you throw a book out. Wow. We've reached the point where we're ready to have a good old book burning. And,
Oh.
and I think
Do you have your next book picked out for when you want to buy a book? Do you have your next discard selected, or do you do it at the moment?
No, I've been beaten down. My desire to buy books has been beaten, just by the sheer volume of stuff behind me. But I do have some other thing. Do you want to see anything interesting on this bookcase back here?
Absolutely. Yes.
I'll show you something very interesting that kind of relates to Studio 60 a little bit.
Wonderful.
I did a play on Broadway with Buck Henry.
Whoa.
We did Mornings at 7, and we were nominated for more Tony Awards than any straight play in history, and we lost them all. However, I had my birthday while we were doing this show. It was very successful in New York. I had my birthday, and Buck Henry made me this birthday gift. It is my character, Homer, and there I am with Julie Haggerty.
Wow.
She plays my girlfriend in the show, Mornings at 7, and he did it like and I wear a wig in it, so he put the wig on, and that is my exact costume that I wore on the play, and it is one of the greatest birthday presents that I ever got, and I send my love to Buckaboo's family and everything, and he will sorely be missed. One of the great writers for sure in the world, and one of the great comedians, and just an amazing guy.
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing people don't think about enough, is that Buck Henry was one of the most popular and most frequent SNL hosts as a writer, a humorist.
10 times in 5 years.
10 times in 5 years. And they're still up there on the all-time list. Right.
He never came back after that.
It's wild.
Right.
Yeah.
Could you just, I mean, it's like if Aaron Sorkin had hosted SNL 10 times in 5 years. Like the fact, it's wild.
Yeah. It's wild. It's very wild. Yes.
Yeah.
One of the best to ever do it.
Stephen, not to get off subject, but I want to get back on subject for a second. What do you remember about shooting this show?
What I remember a couple things very unusual about this show. Yeah. One is the thing that everybody wanted to be on this show. Everybody wanted to be on the show, and I was thrilled when my agent said, "They want you on the show next week. You got to get over there, man." Wow. What really drew me to doing the show, besides the fact that everyone wanted to be on it, was the director, was Tommy Schlamme. Mm-hmm. Thomas Schlamme was the director of this show. Now he's married to Chris Lottie.
Yeah.
And Chris and I had acted before in a few projects, but there I am.
Yeah.
Hello. But more than that, this is something people don't know about me and Tommy Schlamme, is that we were competitors in high school drama in Texas. And Tommy, I was at Kimball High School in Dallas, and Tommy, I think, was at Memorial in Houston, maybe Bel Air. I'm sorry, Tommy, if I got the high schools wrong, but it was the school that always won. And Tommy, he always kicked our ass. And so it was such a, I'm much heavier in this show than I am now. I've lost weight in the pandemic, but I wanted to do this show just so I could hang with Tommy some, a spectacular guy, and we had a wonderful time on the second thing I remember about this show. That's the fourth time I've done two fingers on this show.
Hey,
this is
those hands, baby.
I was told like beforehand, you've got to be word perfect, and I usually am. With scripts, I really try to work, and especially on a Sorkin script, you got to be word perfect. On this show, the script supervisor stopped me in one take because she said I left out the 3 dots. And I go, what? Well, the line isn't written as a complete sentence. It says, whatever I'm saying, I want you to come to my office, something like that. I said, I want you to come to my office. It was a walking, talking scene, and they said, we want you to put in the 3 dots. And I go, okay. So that is another thing I remember about this show. And finally, you were touching on this before. We were all shocked when it didn't
get picked up for more because everyone wanted to be on this show. There's Tommy Schlamme. It was spectacular show.
Tobo, I have a question for you. Did you ever, after they gave you the three dots note, did you ever try to sneak in a fourth dot just to see if they were paying attention? See if you could slip a fourth one by them.
That's at that point I was so terrified of not missing a comma or a period. I don't think I would have been bold enough to slip in the 4 dots. I don't think I would have been bold enough to do that. But I remember there was a lot of walking, talking scenes, which, there I am again. I guess I had a prominent role in
all over this episode, baby.
All over it, man. The walking, talking scenes are especially difficult because you see, it's really Matthew. It's his scene, but I have to be consistent with what I'm doing in the background for it to cut together well. That's why they probably are going back and forth between close-ups of these scenes, because I wasn't matching what I did before. That's
now, Stephen, just to circle back a little bit to your days in competitive drama.
Yep.
Were these speech tournaments? Or what was the format that you were competing?
I was big in debate, in speech tournaments. I did very well in speech tournaments and debate. But Tommy Schlamme and we competed in the acting department, the one-act play department, and Tommy was their leading actor, and I was our high school's leading actor. I think we were doing something we shouldn't have been. I think I was playing maybe Orlando in As You Like It, or some role that was way beyond me, or maybe I did pretty well as Arpegon in The Miser. I won Best Actor of the state of Texas for essaying the role of. We went to state against Tommy as Talthybius, the Greek warrior with a heart in Trojan Women. And I also had the dual role of Poseidon, Lord of the Deep, in that particular show. So, Tommy and I competed in the acting realm.
Right. And then did you stay in touch all along, or was there a gap between your juvenile competitive years and when you were both adult professionals working in show business?
We kind of stayed in touch tangentially through Chris. Because the girl my girlfriend at the time was Beth Henley, and Beth was writing all sorts of plays and was wanting to cast Chris in them, and we did a swing shift together because Jonathan Demme was hot to use Chris as well and wanted to work with Beth as a writer. So we were always kind of bumping into each other there and bumping into each other in New York,
Now Christine was
Tobo,
on.
I'm sorry. She was on earlier today. We were talking about Swing Shift.
Yeah.
Now, am I remembering correctly that you have 2 different roles in that movie?
Well, not really. What I did was I was playing French DeMille in Swing Shift, which was the kind of propaganda director. I was the public relations guy of the factory. But then Jonathan wanted to stick in a voice of a narration of a documentary. And so I watched some 40s documentaries. And so, look out there, Mabel Stoddard, that's dangerous. I was doing it that broadly. And Jonathan came up to me and he said, we just want you to fill in. And what are you doing with your voice? That's terrible. What are you doing? I go, Jonathan, if you watch 40s documentaries, you will see this is the voice the spokesperson uses. And and they kept it. They kept it in the movie. But it was just supposed to be a placeholder. That film, Swing Shift, was the last movie where people pretended I had hair. I remember that I would go into the makeup trailer and the poor makeup artist would draw hairs on my head to kind of meld with real hair to make it look like I had some kind of hair. But that was, we were all so excited to do that film. I remember it was one of Holly Hunter's first big films. Christine Lottie, of course.
The very first, maybe. Yes.
You know, because Holly was kind of part of our wrecking crew as well. We were very much trying to get Holly into a play in New York. Well, it wasn't in New York yet, the Miss Firecracker contest. We felt that Holly would be perfect for the lead role in that. And eventually I directed that show in New York with Holly in it, the Miss Firecracker contest. And it ran for a year. It was a big success, and they made a movie of it. But, you know, we all kind of hung out together at that time. I guess a lot like the Studio 60 people always kind of hung. You know, we were always hanging out, and we felt it was like a big fraternity of actors, directors, writers, all sort of hanging together and seeing who would be right for what project at what time.
Now, I want to say, Steven, since you came in, we have gotten a lot of donations.
Uh-oh.
And we are very close to $7,000. I'm not going to tell everybody how close we are because we need to get there, and I need you guys to donate. So throw in some more donations. Maybe we'll hit $7,000, and I'll let you know when we get there. $4.
Okay.
Just give us $4. This is not to you, Steven. I'm not asking you to donate. I just want to.
And pre-warning you, Tobo, at $7,000, if we hit that, we will have to fulfill certain promises we've made to our viewers.
Oh,
so I just don't want you to be thrown off by anything that happens.
Okay.
There might be a calamity, a physical movement, but we're in safe hands. We're on the Tobo show right now.
Okay.
We want to hear the stories you're throwing out.
Well, let me really quick, before we get into the stories, I do have a video that goes along with this episode.
Oh, wow.
A message from someone else who's in the episode.
Yes.
There's another writer in this episode who pops up, and he's good friends with Matt Albie, Matthew Perry's character. His name is Tim Batali, and he's not real. He's in Matt Albie's head. And I'm going to bring up a video message from Joseph Lyle Taylor, who played Tim Batali.
Hey, George, Watto, Patrick. I'm Joseph Lyle Taylor. I played Tim Batali on Studio 60 with the great Matthew Perry and Sarah Paulson and Tommy Shalami and Aaron Sorkin. It was a really great time. I was so sad to see that show got canceled. I really thought it should have run for 100 years. Yeah, we had a great time. I had a great time working with those guys. Matthew Perry is probably one of the funniest people I've ever met. In fact, I did a picture of him back here. That's Matt right there in the hat and the pipe. Yeah, we had a great time. Tommy Shalami was a quarterback for some college team out of Texas, I think, and he could really throw the football. So we had a great time throwing the football. Busted some neon and got into a little bit of trouble, but it was on him, so I was all right. But anyway, yeah, I hope that everyone will give to Broadway Cares. I mean, it's such a great organization. It really helps people immensely. I'm a big fan, and I hope that you guys stay safe and healthy in this crazy time. All right, see you guys.
We always wave to the videos, even though they can't see it, but it looks like something friendly.
But it's like time travel. They'll see it in the future.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Now, Steven, yeah, go ahead, George.
Now, of course, Studio 60, you know, is very much taking a glimpse behind the scenes, and it's a show business setting, and we're telling this story. And we'd be remiss if we didn't discuss your role as Max Applewhite in a film that I conceived and produced in the early 90s, Radioland Murders, which is a different era, and certainly a different level of intensity in some ways, but I think they're kindred spirits in some ways. You know, anytime you take a peek behind the curtain, do you have any fond memories of playing the role of Max Applewhite?
So many, George, and I have many memories with you. Many intense memories with you. In fact, I thought it was going to be the end of my career. The thing I loved very much about Max Applewhite, Mel Smith was our director on that film, as I recall. And in that film, should I do a spoiler? Do I have to? Okay.
By now, if people haven't seen Radioland Murders on them, they have had plenty of opportunity.
I'm a kind of character throughout, but I turn out to be the murderer. I turn out to be the bad guy in this magnificent cast, this amazing cast. And we all loved working on this particular movie. There is one scene in which I had to destroy the, what do you call it? The control room of the production. And I'm slamming chairs into things, and things are blowing up and fires coming out of the roof. And I don't know why they didn't have mock-up props of this, but they had real old equipment. And Mel Smith told me, we have one chance of doing this because we're really going to blow this up. So they went through with me with the fire marshal from one end to the other, says, okay, this one's going to catch on fire first. So hit this first. Now move your head away from there because it's going to blow up behind you. And then they told me which order they were going to blow up this room. And we only had one chance because this was the only set we had. And Mel came up to me with the look an actor doesn't want to see, with the director is terrified. And he goes, can you do this? Can you get through this once? I said, I want a reward if I do this right and we get through this and I survive. And he says, what would you like? I said, I want a martini. And Mel, I don't just want a martini, but I want a really, really great martini. And so Mel goes, bravo, we'll do that for you, Stephen. So anyway, on the day we were going to shoot it, I had no idea what was going to happen. The scene went great. The whole set blew up behind me, caught on fire. I was not caught on fire. I came out, and Mel had brought this exquisite martini bar that had the most exotic gins and vodkas, that had all the kind of onions and olives and whatever I wanted, and the vermouth, and a bartender who was wearing like a fancy outfit and a puffy shirt, and he was making the martinis for me. And Mel and I don't think, George, I don't think you had a martini at that particular, I don't think you had come out at that particular time.
Mm-hmm.
What happened on that film was that, and you remember this more than anyone, George, is that you decided after we had finished shooting the film that you wanted the various scenes in the background, the stage acts behind us, to be changed order. You wanted them in a different order, which means we had to reshoot the entire movie in 3 days to have not the whole scenes, but just scenes with people in the background. And one of the problems was one of our leading actresses, Anita Morris, at that time, had passed away from when we finished really shooting the movie around December, and when you came back to help us reshoot the entire movie in 3 days in January. And I remember it was the longest, and you were shooting third unit. Mel was shooting, no, you were shooting second unit. Mel Smith was shooting first unit. George, you took over second unit, and Vic Armstrong, who was the director, took over third unit. So we had all these people shooting at one time. I had a job in Los Angeles that day. And so I had been up 33 hours shooting scenes in the control room, 33 hours straight. It's the longest I ever stayed up at all. And then I had to reshoot the scene outside before I caught my plane to Los Angeles to begin a pilot for a new television show.
There's Vic Armstrong right there with Harrison Ford.
Oh my God, there's the man. So anyway, we shoot the last scene. It's time for, I'm already too late for early boarding. I have to get from Coralco Studios, where we are, and is it okay for me to use improper language?
Anything. You can say anything.
Okay. So anyway, I shoot the scene. We finish. I'm running to go to the car that's going to take me to the airport. And then, George, you called me back and you said, Stephen, I'm sorry, I put my thumb on the lens. Can we reshoot your scene? And I said something to the effect of, here I am shooting with George fucking Lucas, biggest director in the world, greatest writer. I have a show to get to. George, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, George. I'm going to give you one take. If you get your measly hands off of the damn camera, let these people. And I am so angry.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm exhausted because I've been up for 33 hours.
33 hours!
I don't have time to change clothes. So I go back to Los Angeles wearing my 1930s costume on the airplane. I run onto the set, do the first reading, and that's when it dawned on me I could have just ended my career. So I called up you, George.
Hello.
I called you up and I said, George, I am so sorry. I was just out of my mind. I was so tired. And you said, Stephen, are you kidding? That was the most fun of the whole thing. I loved it. It was fantastic. And I love this movie and everything's going so well. Yeah. And man, that just made me feel like we were in it, man. I loved it. And you invited me to your 50th birthday, and we went to Sprockets.
Chili's?
No, Sprockets, not Chili's. Yeah. Sprockets up outside San Francisco, Mill Valley, or with your beautiful home. Yeah. I brought my 4-year-old son, and you had a place with the kids watching nannies and all sorts of things. You had every star in the world at your party, and it was just the most amazing time. And do you remember what birthday gift I gave you?
Wait, let's make George full screen to see if he remembers.
George,
I'm sure it's hard because I'm sure I'll remember it as soon as you say it'll come to me. But as you said, every big star was there. It got a lot of gifts. And
George, why don't you say, hang on, Watto and I are going to leave. You guys are going to say it at the same time. See if George remembers it then.
All right.
I got you a book called The Star Thrower by Lauren Isley. And the reason, and I didn't even give you a new copy, but an old copy because it's my favorite book in the world. Right. And I thought people could give you anything. Yeah. And you could buy anything in the world, but this book is inspirational. And I thought maybe you would find a subject for a screenplay somewhere in the pages of that book, The Star Thrower.
Right.
I have always admired you, George, your graciousness, the kindness to my son, the wonderful time we had on Radioland Murders, and we were all shocked when it didn't go well. We were shocked.
Well, and I think we have to give these things time because cult films.
Let's not rush to conclusions. Let's not rush to conclusions.
Because it could go up on Disney Plus tonight with the push of a button, and suddenly it could be the thing that people check out after they watch Hamilton.
Yeah.
In a streaming world, old content can become new content in a way that I think could still happen with Radioland. And boy, it means so much to me that you have such a fond memory of our time working on it, because I do think that's part of the excitement of making art is you have those moments where you push each other as collaborators to your limits.
And you lose it. And you just completely lose it. I needed an adult diaper at that moment.
I'm so confused right now because I thought I was doing a live stream from my apartment. But suddenly I feel like I'm at Six Flags Magic Mountain because that story was a roller coaster. The twists, the turns, the loops.
That's right.
Yeah.
I want to give a fundraising update. We are now at $7,066.53.
Okay. Right. Time for a third hat. Watto's going for the hat trick, wearing 3 hats at the same time.
Now, Stephen, you've worked in so many things. But there's one movie, and I wasn't going to bring it up, that everyone asks you about. I'm sure you're sick of talking about it. The Country Bears. Let's talk about The Country Bears. Because we had Billy Joel Osment on last week, and he talked about it, glowing reviews. What was your experience like working with Barry and the rest of the gang?
You played his father in that film.
I did.
Right?
I did. And what is amazing to me, now that was before you really had CG or CGI used in films that much.
Yeah.
And what you had, there you go.
Sounds good. Those bears sound good.
What you had was you had human beings wearing bear suits that had incredible computer controls inside of them. Now, what you had is the bear who played Barry.
Yes.
You know, she was amazing. She was 4 feet something tall. She was an acrobat and a dancer. Wonderful person. The way we would shoot a scene of Barry the bear at the table was we would rehearse the scene and she'd be in the bear suit but no head on, right? So we would do the scenes with all the lines. Then she would tie a bandana around her eyes and she would do the scene blind, because once you put the bear head on, you can't see anything. And so she would have to know where the fork and spoon were while she was eating, where she was cut, where, you know, she would have to know. At one point, she jumps up and picks up her guitar, which is leaning against the side by the, she can't see where it is. So she has to know by placement and feel and how many steps she takes exactly where she, at one point in time, she has to skateboard. So she's skateboarding blind. So as if that weren't enough, besides being blind, once they put the head on, she only had, and I think I'm being accurate about this, she only had 2 minutes of air. And maybe it was less than 2 minutes. Wow. So the deal was this: we all get ready to shoot, just like we were doing the explosion scene in Radioland Murders. Everybody goes ready, everybody ready to go. They say action on the camera. The camera starts rolling first. They put the head on, screw it on. Now Barry the bear has no air. We begin. She gives us a thumbs up. We begin doing the scene, and we run the scene for 1:40, 1:50, or however long it is until she gives the signal that she can't breathe anymore. And then we pull it off. And I got to tell you, she never messed up. She never messed up once. And I loved all those people that did it. I loved working on that movie. One of the great meetings on that movie was working with Dietrich Bader, who was in that movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if this story interests you at all, but I was, so I'm sitting in a chair, and at that period of time, I was interested in reading every Charles Dickens book I could think of. And I was reading Bleak House. And Dietrich walks past me and goes, "Oh my God, you're reading it. You're reading the best book ever written, Bleak House. Wow. Are you just starting it? Where are you at in the book?" And I tell him, he goes, "Oh man, you don't know what's about to happen. You don't know what's about to happen. It's insane, man. It's insane. We got to talk. We got to talk." So we became talking buddies on the film about Charles Dickens' Bleak House. We finished the shoot. Dietrich's fine words to me says, "Man, we got to talk when you finish the book. We have to talk." After I finished Country Bears, I ended up doing a show in New York. So I go to New York City. I finish Bleak House, reading in there. I come out of my hotel. I was probably doing one of the Law and Orders, one of those. I'm coming out of my hotel, and there is Dietrich Bader walking down the sidewalk in New York. And I go, "Dietrich." He goes, "Stephen." And we ran up and hugged, and the people in New York were thinking, like, what's going on here? And he goes, "Did you finish it? Did you finish it?" And I go, "Yes." And he says, "Well, what do you think of Bleak House?" I said, "It's the greatest damn book I ever read." I said, "Now I'm going to tell you the real story behind Bleak House." There is another group of people that love Bleak House too. William Link, executive producer, television producer. He was working on a show, and the network said, "Can we have an indoor kind of show that's kind of like, a Victorian drawing room kind of show that wouldn't cost a lot of money?" And he says, "I have an idea." And Link and I think it was Robinson came up with an idea called Columbo, Inspector Columbo.
What?
And Dietrich says, "Do you see it from Bleak House?" And I go, "It's Inspector Bucket from Bleak House." Inspector Bucket enters in Bleak House around page 600. He wears a shabby overcoat. Everybody says he's a bumpkin. He comes in, he always comes in, "Oh, one more thing," as Dickens says, with the extended forefinger. "One thing I forgot." And he comes back in the room and he does this one thing, and everybody's making fun of Inspector Bucket. Inspector Bucket is the kernel of the seed which became the television show Columbo, which just shows you in terms of art, there is no limit of time or space, which is why we're Studio 60 ran for 3-4 years. And I had a larger part on it.
Someone in the comments is saying, hang on, Watto, one sec. Someone in the comments is saying, clearly we need to have a stretch goal for George and Watto and Patrick to read Bleak House. And I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Agreed.
What should we make? Let's pick a number.
Wait, we're going to read it at the end of this 17 hours?
No. We'll read it and we'll reconvene in a few weeks and talk about it.
Oh, I thought you meant
8,500.
We'd read it out loud.
8,500.
I feel like we need to fill in these gaps. We've slowed down again. We want to fill in the gaps between where we are right now, 7 and change, and 8888.
Okay, so I'll put it at 8,500. George, Watto, and Patrick read Bleak House.
All right.
And remember, it is one of the greatest books ever written, and Dickens wrote for newspaper serials, so the chapters are short. They're 8 to 10 pages, and they always end with a cliffhanger, and you're always going like, "Oh my God, what's going to happen next?" And there are ghosts in it.
Yeah.
And there's death in it. There's murder. It's fantastic.
Dickens essentially wrote television shows before TV existed. I mean, Max Applewhite was one of the inventors of television, but Dickens had created the format of telling a story in serialized chapters that would come out. You'd read one and you'd wait for the next one to come out, just like you'd wait for another episode of a television show.
And with Dickens, you paid by the pound. I mean, literally, but I mean for real, in that he would either write 400-page books or 800-page books, depending on how much they paid him. And if they increased the amount of money, he would increase. There's only one book that doesn't fit the template between the 400 and the 800-page book, and it's a book that Dickens wrote for his own publishing company, and that was Tale of Two Cities.
Yeah. I mean, we're looking at this right here, 912 pages.
So that was one of his 800-page books.
But now that's making me think that should be the goal. It should be 9,120.
Let's leave it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Do you know what I like about that story, Tobo? It's like Diedrich Bader said to you, "Well, case closed. Bleak House is the greatest book of all time."
For sure.
One more thing.
Yes.
Do you know it's also the inspiration for Columbo? He on one more thing you in the telling you of the one more thing.
Always with the forefinger. One more thing.
One more thing.
I forgot. One more thing. One more question. Inspector
It was
Buck.
also the inspiration for Columbo.
Amazing.
Unbelievable.
Stephen, I feel like if this show had kept going, I'm just watching it and you just popped up again. If the show had kept going with the amount of episodes that are flashbacks, you definitely would have come back.
I hope so. You hope that I didn't screw the pooch bad enough to where they would just like say, "Get that guy out of here."
Well, here's another question we've been asking a lot of people. What do you think Joe's backstory is?
Oh God. I really don't know. Well, one thing is, we didn't get the Bible of the show.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have you discussed the Bible here? What
We
the
did
Bible,
talk. Yeah, they said they did not really have a strong one. It was sort of built as they went along, which is surprising to me.
Yeah, but I think with the kind of lineage that went behind this show, you could say like, we'll trust you. But ordinarily, like when I worked on Deadwood, they had a Bible that went for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And so David Milch said, you want to take a look at our Bible? And it was like what the guys were showing you before I came on, you know, like this big, you know, like Bleak House, 800 pages.
Yeah.
And or 912 with notes. but I have no idea. But you know, when I was on the set, they told me I would be back.
Yeah,
and I remember of course, they do that a lot of times to encourage you. But I remember I ran out immediately and used my prehistoric cell phone to call my agent, David Rose, and they said they're going to bring me back. They said they're going to bring me back. So you know, I have no idea the backstory though.
Okay, well, maybe, but we also asked this question. Maybe you'll be able to know a little bit better. It's 2020 now. Where is Joe now?
What's he up to?
I think running Netflix. I'm going to take it over from Ted. Yeah,
that's a good deal.
Yeah,
that's a good deal.
And I went to a few parties at Ted's house, you know, and what they did was it was like It's a Wonderful Life. Like Ted has a swimming pool and they put wooden boards over the swimming pool. And I just imagine it was like everybody out there dancing. And just like It's a Wonderful Life, everybody falls into the swimming pool. Yeah, I could see myself living that kind of life, living big.
That's a good life.
That's a good life.
Tobo, you know, Patrick was saying there's obviously one role that you get probably asked about more than anything, both because of the legendary status of the film itself and your place within it. And, you know, he was making a little bit of a joke with Country Bears, even though we love Country Bears and the stories were wonderful. But obviously that's not your number one most known credit. So I do feel like we'd be remiss if I didn't ask you to speak about your time playing the role of Happy Chapman in Garfield the movie.
That one really came out of the blue because what happened was they had a Happy Chapman, and
they
had Happy Chapman, and he was a writer, actor, and he left the movie like a few days before they were going to start shooting, and so they went into emergency mode. And this,
you know why he left? Was it creative differences? Was it scheduling? Do you know why he departed?
No, I do not. I do not know. Okay. And that was a huge mistake for him and a huge opportunity for me. Yes. What we did is they called in like 5 different actors. My agent called me and said, you got to go in and read for this part tomorrow morning. Read the script tonight. They're seeing 5 actors in the morning. And if you get the part, you will start tomorrow afternoon. And I go, well, what's the movie? And they said, it's Garfield, the cat. And they gave me 2 scenes. And I said, well, there's no way I'm going to be able to learn 2 scenes. I said, but no one else is going to be able to learn 2 scenes either. So I went in, I read that morning. I heard like an hour later, you got the part of Happy Chapman and his brother, his normal brother. What was his brother's name? William or something? I had a normal name.
Double roll.
And he had hair. And so I immediately went over to the makeup trailer and they fit me for a wig that they were going to have to shoot that day.
Walter J. Chapman.
Walter.
Wow.
To just be a newscaster, and they just needed this much of me. And they said, well, I could read a teleprompter or something. And the wig didn't fit me. And so they just pulled it down to where it fit in front, and in back, I still had my bald head sticking out. And they said, well, just whatever you do, don't move your head. Let's rehearse a little bit. And then they said, you know, why don't we just come back Monday and shoot this? And we won't do this so fast. Let's just give it a break. So I got to go home, read the script finally, go over all of the Happy Chapman and Walter Chapman lines. I came back to shoot Walter Chapman on Monday, and I still had the wig that didn't fit. So if you see that movie, I'm wearing a wig that doesn't go all the way down and back. But that film, I miss Bill Murray on that. I did another film with Bill before this.
What movie was that?
What was that?
We don't want to talk about it. It's okay.
Yeah, it was some other movie, but we missed each other by a couple months on this. But he sent me a really nice card saying, "I'm sorry I missed you." But it was on that film where they needed the rats they let all the animals loose to attack me, and so they put peanut butter in my ears.
What?
And they let the rats loose, and they go, "Ready and action!" And these rats came and started eating the peanut butter out of my ears, and and I was just had the natural response of screaming. But that was Garfield. There were many such stories in Garfield.
Patrick, I have to ask, do you like peanut butter?
I liked it, but the rats apparently liked it more than I did.
Yeah, no, and Patrick is a case in point because Patrick is a little bit of a rat. I will say he's our producer, but he's the resident rat of the show.
Now, Stephen, this episode is wrapping up.
Yep.
And I think it's maybe time to see your good nights.
Okay.
Prepare, get into it, however you have to do it.
I mean, it's like Garfield style. We said, take the extra time, no need to rush it, make sure the wig fits, come back on Monday. And now it's Monday.
Okay, I'm here. Hey, David Chen. Hey, man. Love you. Love you.
That's good.
You notice David Chen in the audience. And it feels like we'd be remiss to not mention David Chen, who you do the Tobolowsky Files podcast with, is coming back.
It is coming back. In fact, it's probably going to come back in like a week or two, like September 28th or something like that. And we finished 16 episodes. So 16? I've already done all the heavy lifting. I've already written them and recorded them. And so David is going to just push the button.
That's awesome.
Just push the button.
Thank you so much for coming on. This has been a true delight.
So
and
nice
I hope you come back because I feel like we could do this for hours.
Absolutely.
Let me know if you reach your stretch goal.
We will. I'm sure we will.
You about House.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We will. But I mean, look, the moment you came on, we started blazing through stretch goals. Hence the reason why I'm now wearing a condom on my nose and 3 hats and chugged an energy drink. So you've done a lot of good, Tobo. You've helped us raise a lot of money here.
That's so good, Watto. I'm so happy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Stephen, great to see you again.
Yeah. See you later.
We'll see you. All right, guys. So we have another link.
That guy rules.
We're going to swap chat rooms and then we'll start up the next one. Just hang out here. We'll be right back.
Rules! Tobo rules! Okay, now I'm going to go to the other chat room. Bye.
Oh, woot, woot! Goodbye. Thanks for watching. We love you. Go Pittsburgh. Go Steelers. We love you. Broadway cares. Thanks for watching. Tune in next week.
Studio 60 rocks!
See you later. Thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, be cool. Stay safe.
Good night from Big Bear, California, where we are covered with smoke from the idiots who started the gender reveal fire.
Who was the host tonight?
It was Shakira. She's music and host. She was fine. She was good.
Hey, David Chin. Hey, man. Love you. Love you.